Welcome back to the Banks Homes Riverside for the start of day 3 of this Rothesay County Championship clash between Durham and Yorkshire. Players were taken from the field quite early yesterday afternoon, did not return, so we lost even more time in the game after coming off early on day 1 as well. So we do have another long day scheduled. 104.4 overs in the day because we went off during the 64th over yesterday. Lunch will be at 10 past 1, teas at 4 o'clock, and the scheduled close of play is 6 o'clock. Sam Dalling has finally had enough of me. He has decided that he can't do all 4 days again. So I'm very happy to announce that making his commentary debut is my good friend Simon Reynolds. How are you doing, Simon?
I'm all right, Rob. How are you? It's great to be here. Been watching this match from afar this week so far, and it's been a very interesting game to watch. Durham in the driving seat, you have to say, after yesterday's play. Alex Lees couldn't quite get going in the first 2 games of the season, but he put all that to bed yesterday with a fantastic century. Of course, starting today, 148 not out. Joined by Emilio Gay, who also got a century yesterday. And if these two can continue to pile on the runs, Rob, then Yorkshire are going to be in real trouble.
Yeah, this pitch is not really doing a lot. We saw that yesterday with how these two batted, particularly Alex Lees after lunch as the players make their way to the middle. Jordan Thompson is going to finish off his over that he started last night before the players were taken from the field. Emilio Gay is 105 not out. He will face up, obviously, as Simon just alluded to there, bringing up his maiden century for the club. And Alex Lees looking to pass 150 for the 5th time in a Durham shirt, I want to say, and a 6th overall in first-class cricket. Don't imagine we'll be seeing too many attacking field placings from Johnny Bairstow to start the day. Kind of Yorkshire looking to get towards that second new ball after 80 overs and see if there's some damage that can be done. But yeah, it doesn't look as if it's going to be unless Yorkshire can pick up some very quick wickets and break open not only this partnership, which is a record for Durham against Yorkshire. It's currently standing at 242. Unless Yorkshire can break this partnership open and then pick up the wickets in the middle order cheaper as well, doesn't look like it's going to be a particularly attacking day for the White Rose. Jordan Thompson's going to start day 3 from the Finkel end. Just a 1 slip to start with. Adam Lythe next to Johnny Bairstow got a gully. Backward point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, long leg and deep backward point on the fence. Emilio Gay has the first runs of the day.
If you're Alex Lees and Emilio Gay overnight, you're going to be coming in confident. You're going to be coming in ready to score runs and just do more of the same. Yorkshire will be hoping for a fresh start. Can they get it?
Alex Lees, 148 not out overnight. Going down leg. Good start from Thompson though, testing both edges. end of that over from Jordan Thompson, just the 4 deliveries to round it off. 265 for 1.
Quite a grey day here in Durham, isn't it, Rob?
Yeah.
Very overcast. The weather forecast said it was going to be sunny.
How I wish that was playing out to be true today. Don Best going to kick things off from the Lumley end. Didn't really get many to spin last night. He'll be hoping for a change of fortune. There's Emilio Gay in his sights. Umpire there just warning Bess about his back foot. If he lands outside of the tram lines, it will be called a no ball. Good running.
Good running, very good running.
Brings Alex Lees on strike with 1 ball left in the over. Changing the field, Johnny Berto is going to pack the offside for Alex Lees. Single turn the over. Alex Lees will keep strike and he'll be on 149. Durham just a bit of a watchful start this morning, which I guess Simon will be the case for probably the first half an hour, 40 minutes. Make sure they don't lose any wickets. Make sure Yorkshire don't get back into this game. But then that second part of the opening session, I would expect them to put the foot down.
Yeah, if Yorkshire can't make a breakthrough in this first half an hour, you struggle to see how they're going to get through this game, really. I mean, Alex Lees just looks set, and we can see whether Jordan Thompson's going to challenge him, but so far he's looked unthreatened. Nicely defended by Lees. He looks comfortable in the crease. Again, just pushed into the leg side. Not attempting anything silly at this moment. Just trying to get the eye in this, the third over of the day. You have to say there's not much out there for the bowlers.
No, they'll, like I said, they'll be waiting for that second new ball. See if they can get anything from this pitch.
Defended nicely to end the over. Durham 267 for 1. It'll be a maiden for Jordan Thompson.
Yeah, quick look round the rest of the county championship. Sussex and Surrey are having a delayed start due to, presume, some weather that's been around overnight. Surrey will resume on 90 for 1, trailing by 345. Unless Sussex can pick up some very quick wickets, that looks like it's going to be a draw there. Essex 238 for 6. That's a good game down there. They lead by 215, and Worcestershire can wrap up that innings quickly. They'll fancy themselves to steal a result. Use of the feet from Emilio Gay. Down the track. Suggests to me that he's quite comfortable with facing Dom Bess. He doesn't fear one that's going to rag out the surface. Good fielding from Yorkshire, not allowing Lees that comfortable single to get to that landmark.
Yeah, and I think they've been tight really in terms of their fielding.
Oh, it's not carried. It's just been that kind of last day and a bit for Yorkshire. They have created opportunities, but it's not going your way. Those chances don't quite go to Adam, just falling short of Adam Lai that slip. And Alex Lees has his 150. Getting his eye in this morning. 25 fours for him. He'll be looking for that double ton later on through the day. $269 for 1.
And you have to say, it's been a great innings for Alex Lees. He's looked comfortable, of course, in the first few matches of this season, this county championship season, not quite scoring as many runs as he may like. However, that is all changing here as his 150 comes up. And Durham will want to power on, as we've been saying. It really was Durham's day yesterday. And Yorkshire, they've just fallen a little bit short. Decent crowd in for Easter Sunday. If you're spending your Easter Sunday with us, thank you very much for joining us. Lees looks to whack it. Doesn't quite on this occasion. You wonder whether he's going to unlock into an attacking form.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed with that. It was there to be hit. And, yeah, he's got Finn Bean in at that mid-wicket. And Jack White at mid-on, he would have been looking to smack it through that gap. Poor delivery, and Yorkshire able to get away with it.
Picked up a point there. And you have to say Yorkshire have kept Durham constrained within their scoring. I suppose that's a weird thing to say given their 269 for 1. But certainly in these first few overs, they're not letting many runs go for free.
Yeah, and that would have been a message, I think, from Johnny Bairstow and Anthony McGrath to the players. They recognised yesterday that they firmly behind the 8 ball in terms of not being able to break open the partnership. They had chances. Ben Sears bowled beautifully to Amelia Gay first up, but Gay was able to tough it out. He got himself in and got himself going. And yeah, the most important thing is if Yorkshire couldn't prize an early wicket, was that they kept the run rate in check. You know, Durham yesterday were able to kind of score at will in that afternoon and what we had at the evening session. So Bairstow would have been looking for that tight start today.
End of the over, another maiden, 269 for 1. You think Yorkshire will just want to get to that new ball now, won't they?
Yeah, you'd think Jordan Thompson's probably got a couple more left in his opening spell. He probably won't take that second new ball when it becomes available, but you'd imagine Don Bess is going to be set in at the Lumley end until they can take it. As he played off the back foot from Emilio Gay. Matthew Revis does the fielding. On the boundary will be 2 as Ben Rain and Graham Clark finish up their morning net. Walking back down below us.
Giving the crowd a wave.
You'd imagine it's Jack White and maybe Ben Sears or George Hill to take that second new ball when it is available. So a little bit of juggling to do for Johnny Bairstow this morning. Matthew Revis unable to provide the control that he would have wanted. Just couldn't set on a line and length, and Alex Lees took a particular liking to him yesterday. Nicely played. Not timed, so it won't go all the way. Good stop by James Wharton. And that's the 250 partnership for the second wicket between Alex Lees and Emilio Gay. Partnership that's turning the tide of the contest. Three off the over, 272 for 1. Yeah, Hampshire 205 for 3 down at Southampton. They've got a lead of 21 runs. I struggle to see how they're going to try force a result down there. Today, Notts 212 for 5. They lead by 119 against Warwickshire. Leicestershire 132 for 1 in response to Lancashire's 263 all out. Middlesex back themselves into a strong position down at Lords, 373 for 4. That lead coming up towards 200 over Glamorgan. Kent have battled well in the lower middle order, 332 for 8. They trail by just 140, but they were in trouble. Ben Charlesworth was on a hat-trick yesterday for Gloucestershire. And Northamptonshire 246 for 3 in reply to Derbyshire's 307 all out.
Gay whacked. Doesn't quite get past anyone, but you start to see the intent building now.
Yeah, that was a risky shot. Not perfectly timed. You can tell Gay's still trying to work his way out. Maybe you're going to see some white ball bowling tactics from Jordan Thompson. Maybe some cross seams, slower ball. Try to force a mistake that way from the batter. If the pitch isn't offering you anything, you've got to try and... You're still going to try and look to take wickets. So trying to bring in all the skills, especially with this older ball that isn't really going to provide much in terms of movement through the air.
Nice ball by Jordan Thompson.
Just been, like I say, it's just been that sort of day and a bit for Yorkshire. Unable. That's a very good ball. Ben Sears bowled plenty of those yesterday.
It's sort of those ooh moments, isn't it? So close and yet not quite getting the reward.
Yeah, it goes down on another day. That's an edge, and it's a wicket for Jordan Thompson. But Alex Lees remains on 150. Short and slow ball.
Yeah, very interesting that.
Umpire signals 1 for the over.
Over Jordan Thompson's head, and this will go straight to the boundary for 4 runs. And the first boundary of the day for Alex Lees. And it was a nice shot.
Yeah, just too full, over-pitched. Alex Lee's able to just, as he's shown several times, just able to rock onto that front foot. Wasn't an overly powerful stroke, just kind of gently lean into it, and you often see that. One of the exercises that batters will do is they'll practice just forward defensive shots. It's just an extension of that, but punishing the mistake from Thompson going too full.
End of the over. Durham 278 for 1 with a single to end it.
So for those who haven't heard you on commentary before, Kagi, Simon, which is everyone, what's your journey been like in terms of becoming a fan of cricket and becoming involved in it?
I have to say, Rob, this is sort of mental to be here. Started off doing a little cricket page, sort of a lockdown hobby, about 5 years ago now. We met through that, brought you on board, did some podcasts, did a few things, and it started to grow. And it really just grew and then took off. And then the next thing you know, we went to one day media day with Kent, interviewed Darren Stevens. And then from then we've just grown and grown and grown and grown and grown. Did some hosting last year. And now I get to commentate on the best form of cricket.
Watchful from Lees against Dunbess. Ooh. Just over the top of Jack White. Mid-on. A deepish mid-on as well. Alex Lee's able to pick up a boundary, turn that over. Deficit has already been whittled down to 25. This morning, Durham 282 for 1. 18 runs away from that second batting bonus point. They go up to 450 within the first 110 overs. Yorkshire will be desperately hoping they can pick up at least 2 wickets to get 1 bowling bonus point on the board.
But at the moment, it does not look like those wickets are going to come quickly and come easily.
Yeah, I guess they got to hopefully hold advantage that 1 brings 2. Saw it last week in the game against Warwickshire that tended to be the case. Wickets very rarely fell on their own. They kind of fell in groups. Saw that with Yorkshire. Plenty of batters getting starts, but not really able to kick on and make the big scores that Alex Lees has made so far, that Emilio Gay has made so far. That's kind of been their downfall, but there has been a lot of time taken out the game over the first 2 days.
Soft hands from Emilio Gay. It'll be a single to bring Lees back on strike. 283 for 1.
Yeah, like just looking back through Yorkshire's first innings, they put on a 43-run opening partnership, and then Brendan Doggett struck twice in an over to remove both Lyth and Bean. Then a mini partnership, Dowd Melanford, another mini partnership, Johnny Bairstow. And kind of just wickets just falling quite regularly. George Hill and Don Bess able to put on a 100-run partnership for that 7th wicket, but apart from that, no real partnerships of note able to develop, and it's why they look like they're going to end up being behind the game as we progress throughout day 3.
And even if they do get Lees and Emilio Gay out, there's such strength in Durham's batting order.
Yeah, but the thing they'll be talking about is that they aren't necessarily in the best run of form. Colin Ackerman scored those twin centuries down at Notts. Didn't quite have an impact last week. Ollie Robinson's not had the best start to the season, but they will be aware of his scoring prowess, especially in a situation like this where he's able to be on the front foot from ball 1.
Clipped nicely into the offside. 4 runs.
We can sit here and talk all day about Durham's middle order. It's pointless if these two are still out there. They're not going to get a bat.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And they just look so comfortable. Alex Lees looks in his element, in the zone. Nothing is phasing him at the crease so far this morning. defended to end the over. Durham 287 for 1. 72 overs gone in this innings.
I was gonna say it's got to be quite demoralising as well. Only wicket to fall was Ben McKinney at the end of that. At the end of the 6th over, so you're nigh on 70 overs without a wicket. There was a run-out chance yesterday after lunch that should have been taken. Alex Lees had given up. He wasn't going to make his ground. It was a single that was never there. Johnny Bairstow took the stumps out, but didn't have the ball in his hand. And, you know, it's those moments, it's those half chances that, you know, we've seen already. Alex Lees, the ball before reaching 150, just dropping short of Adam Lyth that slip. So those half chances, you know, the play and misses that were quite big early on. They really start to back up, or they really start to add up now when you've got a partnership like this that's past 250 this morning, arguably coming towards 300. It's where they just kind of add up, and you definitely feel it as a fielding side at this point in the game. It's not the nicest conditions to be fielding in.
Absolutely not. But Johnny Bairstow will have instilled in that Yorkshire side this morning to keep the body language positive, to keep that attacking field.
Cut off the back foot. Yeah, he wanted this to second, but good fielding from Revis restricts him to just one. The thing that Bairstow has as well is that while Matthew Revis didn't provide the control yesterday, 3 overs, none for 36, he does have a lot of seam options available to him. You know, Jack White, George Hill, Ben Sears, Revis, Thompson. Thompson's bowled a lot this morning, I'd imagine.
You've got to have some fresh legs.
I'd imagine maybe only one more, maybe that is the end of his spell. So the options are there, as it'll just be a single off that over. But the thing that Durham allowed yesterday, or the situation that Durham have put Johnny Bairstow in, is that they've shown that if the bowling isn't there, they are going to go after it. They're not going to let them settle. And so that's sort of playing on his mind. It's going to be Thompson to continue. So it's almost that kind of rock and a hard place in that you know you need to keep your bowlers fit, but your change bowlers haven't shown so far
too much
that they're able to show control.
I am excited to see Ben Sears when he comes on in his first match of the county championship. But he didn't quite fire yesterday.
I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. I mean, yeah, none for 56 off 12, but a lot of player misses against immediate Gay. It's just one of those days for Yorkshire. They weren't able to make the breakthrough when the batters were new to the crease, and it's not a good batting pitch like it was against Warwickshire. Another day he has 3 or 4.
Ball into the onside. Just a single.
I mean, this is why red ball cricket's so great. You know, 1 or 2 balls make such a massive difference, or can make such a massive difference to the day. They are now underway down at Hove. Sorry, 99 for 1. Still trailing by 330. Looks like Alex Lees wants some new gloves at the end of the over. How many pairs of gloves do you reckon top order batter like Alex Lees has got, Simon?
Oh, it's a great question. A very niche question. Pairs, 12.
You reckon 12?
12 pairs of gloves.
I'd say you're pretty close to it there.
You're trying to find the answer.
No, I'm looking up something else. Don't worry, mate.
Whacked away. The fielder will just manage to get to it. Well fielded there. But there'll be 2 runs. Could have been 4. But just wasn't. Finley Bean fielding it on the boundary. End of the over, 4 from it. Durham 292 for 1. And yes, Alex Lees is getting a new pair of gloves.
Still a slip in for Dunmess. You got, I think that's Finn Bean at a short third. Deep backward point. 2 men catching on the offside. In a short extra cover and a cover. Mid on and mid off are deep. So the single could be there, as Alex Lees will demonstrate.
Quick running between the wickets, that.
Yeah, clear conviction in the call, just what you want. And then you've got Jordan Thompson, who was in that mid wicket, but is now going to move round to short square leg. Or short long leg, excuse me. And then you've got Darren Milan riding the boundary on the leg side, just in front of square. $295 for 1. Partnership currently standing at 273. Record partnership for context for Durham for the second wicket is 274.
Brilliant. A chance for history then.
And it is going to be a change of bowling. Looks like it's going to be Matt Revis, who, as you mentioned, did not have the best day yesterday with the ball. Fairly expensive. Couldn't settle on a line and length.
Fresh day today, though. And he will be certainly hoping to make inroads. Do you know who his cricketing hero is?
What, Matt Revis?
Freddie Flintoff.
Ooh, that's
I know, he feels
that's a bold choice considering the
treacherous.
the
really.
Roses rivalry. I mean, it's completely understandable for a bowling all-rounder.
Absolutely.
But yeah. That's high.
In the air.
History is made. With that 6, Alex Lees and Emilio Gay set a new club record for the highest second wicket partnership. They break the record set by Mark Stoneman and Scott Borthwick 11 years ago against Middlesex. Also brings up the 300. Durham have their second batting bonus point. Deficit just 6.
And what a way to do it. Do it in style, they say. I mean, they'll have no awareness that they've just done that, but amazing work.
Hopefully, if the boys are listening in the dressing room, there'll be a polite reminder. I think, as well, we had Ryan Campbell on the stream yesterday. He said that if any player gets a personal best, drinks on them. I wonder what the standard is for new records. Sure, like club records, surely it has to be the same, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they might not agree with us, but... High in the air. Johnny Bairstow runs to it, and it is taken. And that will be the end. Commentator's curse. We talked about Alex Lees, and he just whacked it. A nice catch, though, easily pursued by the fielder at fine leg.
Yeah, an incredible innings comes to an end for Alex Lees. May have had his own individual best for Durham in his sights, 195 a couple of years ago against Gloucestershire. And just soak in the applause.
Yeah, it's a great innings. Ben Sears with the catch. Johnny Bairstow was also in pursuit of it.
Yeah, it could be one of those awkward ones where if there's not a clear call, that there could have been.
But there it is. There's the breakthrough, isn't it? That is the breakthrough.
Indeed, but it doesn't get any easier for Yorkshire.
It doesn't quite yet.
First right-handed bat of the Durham innings, Colin Ackerman, who started the season batting at 4 against Notts, where he got those twin tons. Shifted back down to 6 last week to accommodate David Bedingham back into the side. But Bedingham picked up an injury, so he's out for a while. So Ackerman will jump back up to 4, and he joins Emilio Gay in the middle. Could definitely tell Simon there Alex Lees was looking to step on the accelerator before that second new ball.
Absolutely. He felt like that was his opportunity. He hit one for 6, and it just didn't quite come off. I tell you who'd be delighted, though. Matt Revis, after he struggled yesterday, he gets the big wicket of Alex Lees to his name. And now he gets a go at Colin Ackerman.
Yeah, Ryan Campbell's spoken about trying to find a more settled role for Ackerman in his second season in the North. He started out batting 3 last year, but moved all over the place. Ended up in that middle order, kind of lower middle order, 4, 5, 6 position. Started off, looks like it's going to be number 4 for him this year, or anywhere in that 4 to 6 role, depending on availability of the other batters. He's also got a club record. He's also got a club record wicket stand of his own. He shares it with David Bedingham from that game against Lancashire last year.
You had to bring that up, didn't you?
Oh, don't worry, mate. We're just getting started on that one.
Fielders slip. Third man, point, cover, mid-off, mid-wicket, square leg. End of the over. 301 for 2, and a good one for Yorkshire.
Yeah, they have the breakthrough they want. Well, not just wanted, needed, craved, desired. Any chance they had of staying in the game depended on breaking that second wicket partnership. They have done eventually. Munir Gay is still there though. He's on 118. Nicely turned away. Ackerman now will get his first look at Dunbest. This is the other thing as well. Now having the first right-hand, left-hand combo, Durham can work the singles if they want. Try and just keep manoeuvring the field about. See Johnny Bairstow there in discussion with his bowler about what he wants. .302 for 2, deficit just 5.
Do you think Emilio Gay will go for it? Or just look to steady the ship a little bit with the new batter in Colin Ackerman at the other end?
I think if he is going to step on the accelerator, it will be in these 3 overs before that second new ball. Spoke to him last night, and he said that he kind of wanted to keep his tempo of the innings the same throughout. So I don't think, even though he was batting with Alex Lees, another set batter yesterday, he's got a new batter in Colin Ackerman. I don't think there's going to be much confusion in his mind about what he's going to do. It's just about making that decision and then executing it to the best of his ability. Tempted York. You can just tell that Yorkshire have sort of reverted to the white ball tactics while they wait for this second new ball.
Yep. Just trying to tempt the Durham batters. Tempt them to play that shot. Edge. And gone. And that will be the end of Colin Ackerman. And Yorkshire will be delighted. They have 2 in this session now. Colin Ackerman goes for 0 off 7 balls. And we always said that 1 could mean 2. Rob. And now Yorkshire will be very, very happy and look forward to that new ball.
Yeah, it looks like Matthew Evans able to extract a bit of extra bounce. Ryan Campbell mentioned it yesterday that the pitch can be difficult for new batters to get themselves going. That one, a bit of extra climb. He's a tall bloke, is Matthew Evans, able to extract that extra bounce. Looks like it's ripped the glove of Colin Ackerman on the way through. Very good catch as well from Johnny Bairstow, diving away to his right hand side. Yorkshire have their first bowling bonus point, and yeah, Durham obviously is still in a very good position in this game, but they would have preferred to have got a fair few more run. They would have preferred to have a few more runs on the board before losing their third wicket down. And Ollie Robinson will walk to the crease, joins Emilia Gay, and he is a batter who could do with some runs.
And you've got to say as well, Matt Revis, you were talking yesterday, didn't quite hit his lines and his lengths particularly well. But the comeback today so far, 2 wickets. Durham 303 for 3 now. Ollie Robinson looking to get comfortable at the crease. Mentioned he's been quite quiet this season so far, Rob. But it's early days yet. Lovely ball by Matt Revis to complete the over. 1 run and a wicket from it. Durham 303 for 3 now.
Yeah, Ollie Robinson kind of, I guess if you Emilia Gay's innings so far is almost a perfect template. Just survive that first 20, 30 balls, get your eye in, feel more comfortable at the crease, and then you can maybe start to look to play your shots. That one there was an absolute beauty from Revis. Robinson able to just play inside the line of it. I presume this is Don Bess's last over for the morning, or for the moment. 2 overs left till that second new ball. Bump ball. I always get confused by those ones. Always think it's just a straight chip straight back to the bowler, but
I remember when I first came to cricket, I used to get excited by those.
yeah, Yorkshire got the tails up.
They have. And it's the beauty of Championship cricket, the ebb and the flow.
Nicely played by Gay. Brings Robinson onto strike. Will Luxon there on as sub-fielder for Yorkshire. Robinson's underway. The unmistakable giant of a man, Ben McKinney, walks round with Will Gidman to go have a net.
I always find when I'm interviewing cricket players, I look absolutely tiny.
Yeah, Robinson getting underway off the last ball of the over there. 305 for 3. Deficit now just 2. We'll wait and see if that is Dom Bess's last over. I feel pretty confident saying it will be.
Yeah, probably. Be Matt Revis to continue from the Finkel end. It's bowled beautifully so far this morning. And now he gets a go at Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, new to the crease, short of runs this season.
Just defended off the front foot there. No run. Nothing silly at this point from Ollie Robinson. Oh, shout! Big shout. Umpire's unmoved though.
I think Robbo had a look at his bat there. Sly messaging. Oh, I hit that, lads.
Robinson just flicks it into the offside. Straight to the fielder, gully, no run. Little bit of pressure building on Durham. This time Robinson works it into the leg side for a single. Takes Durham to 306. And Ollie Robinson can breathe for a moment. As Emilio Gay comes back on strike. And whacked away into the leg side, but picked up by the fielder at deep square.
Yeah, sweet sounding stroke, but there is that cover out there, as you'd expect. Durham's still only 3 down. Now have gone level with Yorkshire on first innings. It's a good sign, though, that Emilio feels comfortable playing that shot.
Dot ball to end the over. Durham now 307 for 3.
Yeah, 80 overs up. Jordan Thompson was the player just taking a quick break.
And the 57 minutes gone in this morning session. 2 wickets have fallen. Colin Ackerman gone for 0 off the bowling of Matt Revis. And then Matt Revis also got earlier on the big one of Alex Lees. That said, Durham still have the runs in their favour, sitting on 307.
Yeah, Yorkshire not taking the second new ball just yet.
We thought it might have been Don Bess's last over.
Yeah, well, there's no point in keeping the spinner on with a new cherry, but Johnny Bairstow deciding to carry on for a little bit as normal, or as he was. Slightly more encouragement there for Best so far on day 3 compared to yesterday, where Durham were quite happy to knock him around. Big sweep across the line. I think he's probably got himself outside the line there. Okay, there is a man back. It is Dowd Milan, but if you can time it, there is the potential for boundaries. That is the shorter boundary down there towards the old scoreboard. That's a lovely shot. The use of the feet, the timing pierces the gap at extra cover. Durham have a lead now of 4 runs.
It's like you spoke that into existence, Rob. Yeah, beautiful shot by Emilio Gay. Just looked really comfortable at the crease. Moves him on to 126 off 207 balls.
Nice looking shot, but there is protection there. Jordan Thompson round the corner. Almost like a short, fine leg. Gay will keep the strike. 312 for 3. Still yet to have a wicket down at Hove this morning. Essex have lost, I think, 1 this morning. They're 277 for 7, leading by 254. They can get that lead above 300. You reckon they feel a lot more comfortable. Hampshire have lost a few this morning. 256 for 5. They're in the lead by 72 runs. Notts are 243 for 5 against Warwickshire. Leicestershire 181 for 1. Middlesex have piled on the runs, 409 for 6. Kent 354 for 8. And Northamptonshire 296 for 3.
Matt Revis to continue from the Finkel end.
Yeah, slips come out from Johnny Bairstow. I guess as well it's tough to replace Matthew Revis after just a couple overs when he's got 2 breakthroughs in the session.
Absolutely.
So maybe he wants to give Revis a bit of an extended go. As you mentioned, he's got the options in. He's got 5 seamers to rotate.
Nice single taken. Just clipped it down towards third man. Takes it on to 312. Gay moves on to 120. Sorry. Yes, Gay moves on to 127. Lovely stroke by Ollie Robinson. And that will go straight to the boundary for 4. That was a beautiful drive.
Yeah, he's going to feel a lot better about himself after that.
Just ease those nerves a little bit.
Width offered, and on a pitch like this where it has turned out to be a good batting deck, you are running the risk of being sent to the fence. And Ollie Robinson may not be in the best overall form, but class is permanent.
Tries to go again into that offside, but this time just picked up by the fielder. 4 men on the boundary. Clearly expecting Ollie Robinson to go big. But in this instance, he'll just take a single. End of the over. Durham 317 for 3.
Yeah, it's just trying to... Bear's just trying to offer that protection for his bowlers, knowing that Durham are now going to look to put the foot down from this position. I think maybe that's why he's going to try to continue going with the old ball, not take that second show, because yes, it brings about a bit more movement, but it also does fly to the boundary quicker off the bat. So still wants to keep applying some pressure. Obviously, Ollie Robinson's still relatively new to the crease. Emilio Gage is a bit of a different situation with him kind of checked in on 128. You see, it's been good from Bess. He's not had the wicket yet, but he has been relatively tight, not allowed many freebies to allow Durham to get away.
It really does feel like Johnny Bairstow's enjoying his cricket as well.
Well, he's following in his father's footsteps, captaining Yorkshire in first class cricket, and everyone knows how important Bairstow's dad is to him, how much of an influence he has had on him. Obviously still pushing for that England recall. I'd be surprised if England come calling again in red ball cricket with the plethora of wicketkeeper batters that are available. But with the way the white ball setup is at the minute, never know, as that's cut nicely by Emilio Gay. Chase on for Revis, and it's a very good diving stop.
Very good diving stop on the boundary.
Saves a couple runs.
And everyone counts at this point. Still no sign of that new ball. But Yorkshire must feel like they're building pressure here.
Quick word from skipper to spinner. Definitely a day for the hand warmers in the pockets if you're a fielding side.
It is Baltic out there.
Slightly quicker through the air that time from Best, but Gay is up to the task. He's on 130. Robinson still getting underway on 8. 321 for 3. Durham's lead is 14.
And Matthew Revis gets another go at Ollie Robinson now from the Finkel end.
He's not.
He's not.
The second new ball is taken.
The second new ball is taken, I beg your pardon.
George Hill is going to come back in from the Finkel end. Maybe just wanted to see if there was anything still there with that old ball after picking up those couple wickets. I would endeavour to say it was more so Alex Lees was obviously trying to push the accelerator, and Colin Ackerman just getting a good one at the start of his innings, not quite getting the eye in. But George Hill bowled well. Start of yesterday, had the only wicket yesterday for Yorkshire, had goes from both ends. He's got Ollie Robinson in his sights.
Now George Hill has caused me a lot of pain over the years after the Lancashire fan. His best, 6 for 26 at Emirates Old Trafford in the County Championship. And I was at that match. Brilliant bowling performance.
Big game player, you're saying then?
Well,
I guess it's hard not to get up for a Roses game when you are involved.
yeah. Stakes are high. Lovely shot by Ollie Robinson. Makes it look easy. Again, into that offside.
Timing on that.
Absolutely beautiful.
Jack White going through some stretches at mid-off. He'll probably replace Dom Bess from the Lumley end. We've got 2 slips. Bit of a crowded offside,
Very
but
much
cover is open, as we saw from that last Ollie Robinson shot. Got Matthew Evans looks like he's at point. Jordan Thompson's more of an extra cover than at cover. Mid on, mid off. Wharton's in at mid wicket. And a long leg.
Long leg. Ooh.
Long leg, and believe Ben Sears is down at third on the boundary.
It's good vision. Yes, I do remember that 6 for 26 quite vividly, actually.
Was it a good bowling day?
It was a good bowling day.
Seems like plenty in it for the bowlers.
But Lancashire were equally rubbish at batting that day.
It's kind of been the story of the last couple of years, unfortunately, for the Red Rose, as they try to come back up, although it's not been quite the start the season they would have wanted either.
It's getting me worried again, Rob, I have to say. It's nice to watch some Division 1 cricket, have to say. Great to see some Division 1 cricket again. A nice defence by Ollie Robinson to end the over. First over with the new ball. First over for George Hill. Durham now 325 for 3.
Yeah, lead sitting at 18. Rayan Ahmed has scored a century opening. That's a new role for him this year, but he has fallen very quickly afterwards. So Leicestershire 190 for 2. Middlesex, they're looking to win by an innings down at Lord's, you'd reckon. 426 for 7.
Poor old Glamorgan.
That lead currently sitting at 227. Northamptonshire have just moved into lead against Derbyshire, 309 for 3. Kent still plugging away at that Gloucestershire score, 359 for 8. Essex still 7 down against Worcestershire, 287 for 7. Their lead 264. Hampshire's lead is 81, but they have lost 6 wickets. Notts still building a healthy lead over Warwickshire. That a massively rain-affected game down there. 250 for 5. And Surrey, 135 for 1 down at home. It is going to be Jack White. From the Lumley end, 2 slips. George Hill at first and I'm Lythe at second. Good bounce.
Lovely bounce. Again, another player in Jack White in this match who's come over from Northants, but to Yorkshire, not Durham, in a similar way to Amelia Gay at Durham. A veteran of county cricket. His best figures, 6 for 38 in 2022 against Essex.
Yeah, very similar career path. Me and Sam were talking about this yesterday to Jack Brooks, kind of a late bloomer into cricket, and a very much a late bloomer in terms of the county championship, but proved to be very effective. Astute signing, I'd say, for Yorkshire as they look to settle back into Division 1. So what else we got? We got an extra cover now, mid on, mid off. Point, Dowd Milan is riding the boundary at third in a long leg. It's very similar fields for both Robinson and Gay. Good movement as well.
Very good movement. Just feel Yorkshire sense an opportunity with this new ball, especially with Ollie Robinson fresh at the crease. But Robinson doesn't look too intimidated at this point.
Full, targeting the pads. Robinson flicking that one away through mid-wicket. It'll come back for two. Was aerial, but wide of that fielder in the area, I believe. I was going to say it's Jordan Thompson, but I don't think so. Jordan Thompson is at mid-off. I think it might be Don Bess in at mid-wicket. I think they're kind of more so towards a straightish mid-wicket, I would say, catching. Nice looking shot, but straight to Thompson.
Johnny Bairstow giving some motivation behind the stumps.
Yeah, good luck trying to keep Johnny Bairstow out of the game. 3 runs from the over, 328 for 3.
Yeah, I just love watching Johnny Bairstow as a captain. He's so passionate about the game. Competitive, never takes his eye off the ball. And he shows that in how he positions his field, the body language on field. He just waits for that breakthrough. Great to have you with us on this Easter Sunday. Thanks for spending your Easter with us. Watching some quality cricket up here in the northeast. Hill to continue. There's a shout of catch, but it wasn't off the ground for very long from Emilio Gay. Driven nicely by Emilio Gay through the gap between the fielders, and it'll be 4 runs for him. Takes him on to 135.
Yeah, just a shot that, to me, is you'd expect from a guy. That's a shot of a batter who's full of confidence. Mentioned yesterday how happy he was to get the monkey off his back in terms of that first century for a new club. And these top players, as me and Sarah mentioned over the last couple of days, the margin for error is just so small. Any little error you make, whether it's pitching too full, too short, too wide, they're just going to punish you.
And punish he did. Emilio Gay. I think there's nothing better than a drive, watching a good, well-played cover drive. George Hill to continue. Goes again, same area, runs away for 4. 2 boundaries in the over now for Emilio Gay. Takes him on to 139. Durham, 336 for 3.
Copy and paste. Copy and paste.
George Hill will want to fight back in these final 2 balls then. Defended into the leg side. A single from it to bring Ollie Robinson back on strike for the final ball of the over. Two slips in position for George Hill. Edged away. Will it get to the boundary? Not quite. Picked up by the fielder down at third man. And that will end the over. Ollie Robinson on 14. Durham 337 for 3. And some nice play from Emilio Gay in that over.
Straight to delivery, turned away off the hips. Good stop. A backward point. Wharton doing the fielding. Played nicely in the first innings as well. He did. I think top scoring for Yorkshire. Yeah, top scoring with 69 before Brendan Doggett removed him. Oh,
Big shout.
Given movement from Jack White. He has his first of the day. Ollie Robinson has to walk. Given LBW for 16. Durham now lose their 4th.
Yeah, it was good effort by Robinson coming out at the point that he did. He did look to score a little bit, but again, facing that new ball was always going to be difficult. And White, in this instance, gets his reward. LBW. Durham 340 for 4. The 3rd wicket to fall in this morning session.
Will Rhodes strides out to join Emilio Gay. Made the move from Warwickshire over the winter. Hasn't quite found his rhythm yet, as Ryan Campbell admitted yesterday, but for a cricketer as talented as him, it's not too far away before it all starts to click. He'll have a quick chat with Emilio.
I think Will Rhodes' move to Durham makes sense. A great addition to the Durham side. Really, an experienced county player. Gets to do what he loves best. And just have a nice bat.
Seen already as well, his leadership experiences.
Absolutely.
He's transferred up. He's been Alex Lees at various points throughout the game last week, leaning on him for advice, talking through plans, strategy.
Averaged 48 last season in the county championship. Not quite got going so far this season for Durham.
Yeah, different role for him in this Durham side, which he knew coming in. Ryan Campbell and Marcus North were very honest with him about Ben McKinney was going to get a go at the top of the order. Then you have Emilio Gay, who's set at number 3. Jack White's going to come around the wicket. Rhodes squared up, but off the mark straight away. And so Rhodes, having been accustomed to batting in that top order for Warwickshire, change. Looks like he's going to be in that number 6 role throughout the campaign in red ball, so just a little bit of adjusting for him. But as I said, for a cricketer as talented as he is, it won't be too long before he shows Durham fans why he was brought up to the North East. Wow.
Wow.
The despairing dive is not enough on the boundary. Emilio Gay moves to 145. Just whizzed away off the bat.
Whenever you think Emilio Gay might have gone a little bit quiet, he whips out a shot like that, pulls the scoring rate up, and just passes all the fielders. It's a beautiful shot. Great cricket.
It's just the temperament as well. This one flicked away. Gay will just settle for the single. He'll keep strike. 346 for 4.
Durham 346 for 4 then. Still some time to go till lunch though. Plenty more to come. George Hill to have a go again then at Emilio Gay. Can he keep the momentum going? Two slips, deep backward point, cover, mid off, mid on. And a fine leg is the field to Emilio Gay, approaching his 150. Tight bowling, shorter ball from George Hill. Looking to get onto Emilio Gay's pads. Doesn't quite get there though. 3 dot balls so far this over. And another beauty. Just looking to target Emilio Gay into that LBW. that a bit of blue sky I can see above as well?
Yeah, it's wanting to peek through the clouds. Weather forecast was suggesting yesterday that today would be full of blue skies, but hasn't quite materialised. But it is wanting to emerge. That would please Durham a bit more. Takes it out of bowler-friendly conditions with the overheads, but overall they'll be happy with where they are at in the game.
Little misfield there at square leg to end the over.
That was a clip through mid-wicket, just beat Jordan Thompson on the dive. You could hear the shout from Emilio Gay of wait while he saw what was happening, and in the end a single was there trying to beat that fielder. He'll keep strike, 147 he's got. Believe his first class high score is in the 260 range, so would be going pretty well. Yeah, first class high score of 261.
Middlesex last season, I believe. So, I mean, averaging 53 last year at Northants, 200 centuries, 550s. He's a quality player.
Yeah, a bit of a sour end to his time at Northants. If you listen to him talk, he's got very high expectations of himself, sets very high standards. Almost gets the outside edge to Jack White. Very confident individual. Felt like he needed to make a change, make the move. He has aspirations of international cricket. And yeah, a bit of a sour end after it was announced that he was leaving Northants, which, again, he admitted was a very tough decision. Came through the academy there, had spent his entire professional career there up until last season, and Northants kind of making a decision that they were going to look to the future. Inside edge, be a single. So he found himself kind of in a bit of limbo. He had the move to Durham announced and lined up and stuff. It was around the time of the One Day Cup. I think he might have played the opening couple of rounds, but then message came down from Northants that he wasn't going to be considered for selection for the rest of the season. And Durham then got in touch and was like, well, can we have him on loan then? If you're not going to pick him, can we start that process early? Good bowling there from White. And yeah, Northants agreed. I think Emilio obviously was very keen to just get back to playing cricket. Durham had a bit of a need at the top of the order as well. Scott Borthwick going down with an elbow injury, leaving him a little bit light. Ben McKinney had just emerged, scored a lovely century against Nottinghamshire to really announce himself, but there was that kind of opening in the top order. So it was agreed that Emilio would join on loan for the final few rounds of last season. Rhodes in solidly behind that delivery, and yeah, picked up a 50 against Kent last game of the season here in a dead rubber. Unfortunately, Kent were not interested in setting up a chasing scenario for the game, but allowed Emilio to get his eye, and he got his first 50 there. And as we said countless times, not had the first couple games that he would have wanted, which he's admitted, but he's sitting pretty right now at 148. Jack White's finding a nice rhythm here from the Lumley end, testing that outside edge of Will Rhodes. Squares him up. Rhodes has his first boundary. Not convincing. That brings up the Durham 350. Third batting bonus point for them. But Jack White is getting some movement off this pitch. So Yorkshire will still be interested. Something there for the bowlers. Can they prize a few more breakthroughs before the movement starts to die down from the second new ball and they fear a Durham acceleration? Graham Clark is the next man in at number 7. Had a good start down at Notts, 107 runs in that game. Looks like he's going to be that spare batter this year in the Red Bull side. Still a quality player. Believe Paul Coughlin would have been carded to come in at 8, but he has been off the field since tea on day 1 with an ab injury. He continues to be monitored by the club. I would be surprised if he comes onto the field during the second innings, but due to that time he's missed, he will have to drop lower down the order. So it looks like Ben Rain and Matthew Potts will jump up to numbers 8 and 9.
George Hill has looked nice though from the Finkel end. Keeping to that line and length.
That's where you've got to be. That's where you've got to be, especially to a batter relatively new to the crease. Get them playing. Get them fending outside the off stump.
For a lot of Durham's batters who've come in today, it's been about trying to get that start.
Yeah, we saw that delivery from Matthew Evans, who really jumped off a length at Colin Ackerman. Took the glove of him on the way through to Bairstow.
Again, a good length, but just edged down towards the fielder at fine leg. And there'll be a couple in it. Sorry, third man, not fine leg. Getting all confused there.
Yeah, left-hander's got to flip your vision of the field.
First time at Chesterley Street for me today.
Tick off another ground off the list.
I think there's only a couple more left now.
.355 for 4. Which ones have we got to tick off then?
Oh, Hove. Hove is one.
Lovely
down
place.
at Sussex. Got to tick that one off. And Leicestershire, actually. But once those are done, been to quite a few. I'd like to get down here for a T20. It looks like it could be a great little atmosphere for a T20 here.
Yeah, especially when Yorkshire and Lancashire are in town, the closest teams to Durham. Going to have a change in the bowling. Ben Sears was used as first change yesterday. He's going to be first change with this second new ball as well. Him and Emilio Gay had a good battle yesterday. Sears unable to prize Emilio's wicket. That genuine extra pace he brings as well to this Yorkshire attack. All very good and skillful bowlers, but there's no substitute for raw pace.
Made his Test debut for New Zealand in 2024 and took a fifer in that match.
Yeah, I think it was split 4 in one innings and 1 in the other. Gay's watchful onto the back foot. Saw at points yesterday Alex Lees was out of his crease to, I think, the Yorkshire bowlers bar. Sears speaking with Jonathan Doidge, who does the BBC radio comms for Yorkshire yesterday, and he thinks it's a bit more of a movement thing in terms of a lack of pace. A little bit of both, but mainly more so trying to negate any sort of movement. Emilio Gay has his maiden 150 score for Durham. Carried on this morning as he left off yesterday. 17 fours for him. As mentioned, monkey off the back, that 100 yesterday. And this will please Ryan Campbell. As mentioned, Yorkshire on day one, getting a lot of starts, but not going on to make those big scores. Durham have had 2 that have got in and have gone big.
And for Emilio Gay, plain sailing really. Playing around the pitch. Some memorable cover drives as well in that 150.
Yeah, the 2 this morning have been top class. Ooh. Rhodes is lucky. Chase on. Ball's going to win. Could have very easily seen his timber disrupted there. Under edge from the ex-Warwickshire skipper, but he'll move himself into double figures with that shot.
And George Hill had to put on his sprinting shoes from first slip there in pursuit of that ball. Didn't quite get there.
Yeah, chase on for Revis as well, who was down at 3rd, but as mentioned, that new ball just into its 8th over. It does run away to the fence a bit quicker. Beauty. Absolute peach from Sears. First stint in overseas professional cricket for him, this, which, doing my research, I was a little bit shocked that he hadn't been overseas before, but I've liked the look of him over the last 2 days. I say the genuine extra pace, the zip he's able to get through the crease. Full shot, drops short of Wharton. So Rose has he's just got to see this through. Just got to get through that first 20 to 30 balls, then hopefully it leads up. This is good from Yorkshire, just what they needed. They know that they are behind the 8 ball because of that record second wicket partnership. But they have the 3 wickets making inroads.
And you would say this lead is not quite just far away from them. Durham leading by 53 at this current moment. And another wicket before lunch.
Oh, Yorkshire will feel right back in the
And
game.
Yorkshire will feel right back, yeah.
If Yorkshire can have Durham 5 down at lunch, they'll feel they're still in this. Ideally, of course, they will have removed Emilio Gay for that wicket, because as long as he's out there, Durham will feel confident of pushing this lead on. Very much so. Ryan Campbell saying yesterday the plan, bat once and bat long for Durham.
Be George Hill to continue. Oh, chance. Chance at square leg.
Yeah, zinged at Jordan Thompson, diving away to his left-hand side. It's a tough chance, but it is a chance. In Yorkshire, we're talking about they would have loved to have Emilio Gay out, and he's not given many chances. That's the first one, really, of note in his innings so far, and you never want drops, especially when a batter's on 150.
And Gay with the slightly more defensive shot to follow up there. Yeah, Jordan Thompson, it was a difficult chance for him to take. But as you say, Rob, he'll probably be annoyed because his hand was close to it. He was very, very close to it.
He got hands on it, and
that's lovely bowling by George Hill.
Find me a cricketer that, if they get hands on it, feels like they shouldn't have taken the catch. You know, they kind of expect if they're able to get. If you're able to get there, they back themselves. They back their skills. They work ridiculously hard on the fielding. They back themselves to take opportunities.
There's been discussions about that Ben Stokes catch circulating on social media. Oh, gone! Straight through him. George Hill ends Emilio Gay's party. And Durham lose another wicket. Yorkshire are on the fight back. He goes for 152. And it was a beautiful, beautiful delivery. Rounds of applause for Emilio Gay. A brilliant innings comes to an end. And that will make Yorkshire happy. Durham 362 for 5 now.
Fortunately, that drop from Jordan Thompson, not costly. Meaningate only added those 2 runs from that drop before Peach, absolute seed from George Hill, brings him his 2nd wicket. He's deserved that. He's bowled well over the last 2 days. Graham Clark walks out at number 7. Durham's lead 55. And despite them being in the lead of the game, Yorkshire will be very happy with their morning's work.
Very much has been Yorkshire's session. George Hill with a brilliant ball to dismiss Emilio Gay. And you just felt like the pressure was building. And he's reaped the rewards.
Yeah, currently 98 for 4 in terms of scoring this morning. So, I mean, it comes with Durham wanting to try and push the game on, trying to control. They obviously want to grab a win. As Campbell said, you've got to be willing to risk everything. I think now, though, you're going to have to put the offensive shots away. You're going to have to dig in for a little bit, because this is good bowling. You've got to respect when your opponent is bowling well. George Hill and Ben Sears doing just that for the White Rose.
And that concludes a beautiful over from George Hill. 1 wicket and 2 runs from it. Durham now 362 for 5. And Yorkshire clawing their way back in to this match.
Blue sky is starting to peek out a little bit more here at the Banks Homes Riverside. So making up time for what we lost yesterday evening. So longer session times today. Lunch is taken at 1:10. Tea at 4 o'clock. Scheduled close of play 6:30. 104.4 overs scheduled in the day. Long day. Of course, day 4's timings are set. So last opportunity to make up those overs today. Two slips for Ben Sears to Will Rhodes. Got a man at third. Point. Jordan Thompson in the covers. Mid on, mid off, mid wicket and long leg. Trying to encourage the drive from Rhodes. Already seen that he's not quite set at the crease yet. A couple of full shots, that under edge and mid wicket is actually going to go back to the boundary on the leg side, almost more towards deep square. Nicely played. Revis will cut it off. Good running. Rhodes convinced there was 2 on offer. Turned immediately to run that second, and good awareness from Clark to respect the call. Big shouting given. Yorkshire have their 6th, their second bowling bonus point in Durham. They've added 100 runs this morning, but have lost 5 wickets. This pitch has come to life, really, over the last hour and 52 minutes of play. Rhodes has to go for just 13. Ben Sears has his first wicket in a Yorkshire shirt. I'm not sure this is in the script from a Durham perspective. Imagine Rhodes didn't look entirely comfortable out there during his innings. It will be Ben Rain who gets a tiny bump up the order due to the injury to Paul Cogman. Wait to see if he will bat. I believe if he does, it will be with a runner, which Ben Rain batted with a runner last week after the injury to David Bellingham. So if he is the one that has to bat with a runner, at least he's got the experience for it. But right now, Durham need to try and arrest this slide. Added 100 runs this morning. Run rate sits just around 4, but 5 wickets lost. on what Alex Lees and Amelia Gay showed yesterday is a very good batting track.
Tight bowling from Yorkshire has been rewarded in this morning session, particularly after the new ball. Hill and Sears, with Jack White as well, keeping to their lines and lengths and reaping the rewards from the Durham batting order.
Rain's off the mark, but Yorkshire have gone bang bang. George Hill and Ben Sears wickets in consecutive overs. 365 for 6, that lead currently at 58. 93 gone.
Can they continue to inflict the damage? Just about 15 minutes left before lunch. Suddenly this game comes back into the balance. And Durham will be hoping that Ben Rain and Graham Clark can just stay out in the middle for the next 15 minutes. George Hill to continue. Flicked away for a single.
Yeah, I can tell Yorkshire believe they are more in control now, packing that slip cord, and third slip has gone in. 2 new batters at the crease. Rain having faced just 3 deliveries and Clark only 2. Looks like it's Dom Bess who's gone in at first slip. They started with 4 yesterday at the start of Durham's innings. Dom Bess at first, Adam Lyth at second, and Finn Bean at third, I think. Clark's underway.
That'll just steady the nerves for them both. Little singles to get them off the mark. Brings Ben Rain back on strike. Hill in, bowls defended.
Yeah, 63 for 5 this slide from Durham, considering they were 301 for 1. Alex Lees, Colin Ackerman, Ollie Robinson, Amelia Gay and Will Rhodes all falling in this opening session. It's not what Ryan Campbell would have had in mind, but he does place a lot of value on lower middle order runs.
Lovely ball by George Hill. George Hill in particular, just not letting batters get comfortable at the crease. Hill again, swiped away by Rain.
Rain wanted that to fly through extra cover. In the end, it's ended up at mid-wicket.
Doesn't always go as planned.
Yeah, big inside edge, fortunately, all along the carpet.
Hill to Rain, tries to get it back past George Hill, but it's well fielded by him. And to end the over, Durham are now 367 for 6. And not the position they would have wanted to be in about an hour ago.
No, but as you mentioned, this is the ebbs and flows of red ball cricket. It can change quickly. Quick look around the grounds. Worcestershire have a target of 295 to beat Essex, but it's not going well. They've already lost a wicket in their first over. Jamie Porter trapping Roderick LBW down at Essex. That looks like we're going to get a result maybe by close of play today. Somerset have done well this morning to pick up a handful of Hampshire wickets. They're 323 for 9. Clark is watchful. Surrey 195 for 1. Still no wickets to fall there. Slightly delayed start down at Hove. Notts have lost a wicket since we've last been there, but their lead is approaching 200. They'll be looking for a declaration at some point today, you'd imagine. Leicestershire 218 for 3. Trailing by 45 at Old Trafford. Middlesex have declared against Glamorgan. 2 straight. 2 straight. Graham Clark able to flick that off his hips for 4. First time Sears has just lost his way with his lines since being brought into the attack.
Yeah, and you have to say Sears didn't look happy with it himself either.
Yeah, Middlesex 470 for 9 declared against Glamorgan, and Glamorgan is 6 without loss in reply. Kent are all out for 393. They've taken lunch down at Canterbury. So Gloucestershire will have a lead of 79 on first innings. That's also aerial, but will drop short of Revis. And Northamptonshire 356 for 5 against Derbyshire. They currently lead by 49.
Lancashire. Leicestershire in the box seat over at Old Trafford.
Into the final 10 minutes of this opening session. Keeps low. First one is run hard, but it will just be the one. Rain retains strike 373 for 6.
And Rain and Clark just looking to calm those nerves before lunch. See out the final couple of overs and then regroup over that break.
Going to be a change. Jordan Thompson's going to come back. Started today from the Finkel end. Johnny Bairstow trusting him. But you'd think definitely one, maybe two from this end before lunch. Maybe not though, with Ben Sears bowling from the other end.
Flicked away by Ben Rain. Single. I'm excited for a bit of lunch, aren't you, Rob?
Yeah, always nice, but looks like it's going to be back to 3 slips for Graham Clark, maybe encouraged by the shots he was playing last over.
Clip past the fielder for Graham Clark. Tries to get to the boundary, just not enough power.
Yeah, well pulled up. Good chase from the fielders. I think it's Wharton out there doing the fielding.
Two slips for Graham Clark. Tries to cut into that offside. Didn't quite pull it off on that occasion.
Bairstow tinkering. Man at back point's going to hop over to the leg side. Plug the gap at mid-wicket. And third man's going to move a bit squarer. Yeah, he's almost now at deep. He's at deep point. That man back on the boundary, and Matthew Revis is a long leg.
Little misfield, but it won't matter. 4 runs to come for that over for Durham. They move on to 377 for 6. With probably one more over before lunch.
Yeah, will be just that one over before lunch for Jordan Thompson. From the Finkel end, Ben Sears is going to have the last over before the break. And honestly, I'm not sure Yorkshire want the break to come. They've been on top this morning, picking up those 5 wickets, which didn't really look or feel achievable before start of play, but they found something in this pitch. Drawn a few false shots as well from the Durham batters. conflab between captain and bowler. Sees Finn Bean taken from the slip cordon at third. He's going to be moved out towards deep backward square. Maybe just, you saw in that last over, Graham Clark freeing the arms a little bit on that leg side. Instead, he'll rock onto the back foot and punch it through the offside.
Yeah, lovely shot. Will just help to ease those nerves and keep the score ticking over. Durham leading by 74 runs now.
Better from Sears. Yeah, it's Ryan Campbell's one of his many kind of points that he gets across. He never wants to feel like the bowling side are in control. He always wants to be putting pressure back onto the bowlers. And despite the fact that Durham have lost 5 wickets, these two he has full confidence in to score runs, score them quickly if needed. Graham Clark's a very talented white ball batter. Tickled away, given his byes by the umpire. Graham Clark managing to get everything on the way. Johnny Bairstow, full stretch, can't stop it running away to the fence. So yeah, despite the fact Yorkshire have picked up 5 wickets in this opening session, Ryan Campbell won't want them to feel like they are dictating proceedings out there in the middle. That is a brilliant delivery. Very unfortunate not to be walking back with a wicket there, Sears.
Very, very nervy times out there in the middle. When Ben Sears is bowling like that.
Yeah, got Graham Clark in a tangle there. Got him coming forward to the crease. Almost took the bails off. Clark in a way fortunate not to pick up an outside edge. Squared up. Drops safely on the offside. Final ball coming up of this opening session here at Banks Homes Riverside. On day 3 between Durham and Yorkshire. Half-hearted appeal, but very quickly dismissed by the umpire. He'll give a leg bye to end the opening session. Durham resuming on 264 for 1 with Alex Lees and Emilio Gay set in the middle. Lees went to his 150 very early on in the day. They then set a new club record for the highest second wicket partnership in the history of the club. Alex Lees was then dismissed later in that over, which has triggered a flurry of wickets for the White Rose. Colin Ackerman came and went without scoring. Matthew Revis picking up both Lees and Ackerman. Ollie Robinson looked like he was trying to get going, but then Jack White pinned him LBW for 16. Will Rhodes, scratchy innings at best for him, 13 off 18 before he was given LBW to Ben Sears, and Graham Clark and Ben Rain on the not-out batters, and George Hill with an absolute peach to dismiss Emilio Gay for 152 from 239 for him. So Durham have done the damage with that second wicket partnership. But Yorkshire will be very happy with their work as the sun now bakes the Banks Homes Riverside square. We're going to go have some lunch, and we'll be back with you in around 40 minutes for what promises to be an intriguing afternoon session. Welcome back for the afternoon session. The sun has graced us with its presence. The ground now gloriously bathed in sunshine, and we've got a very interesting afternoon session ahead of us. Durham resuming early today on 264 for 1. Alex Lees and Amelia Gay both going to 150, but that is about the only thing that has gone Durham's way. Yorkshire not taking the second new ball straight away, and it's worked, picking up 5 wickets in that morning session. 386 for 6. Durham resume on 13 overs left, 4 bonus points in this game. From a Durham perspective, you'd like to think that getting the 14 extra runs to pick up another batting bonus point is plausible or very much achievable. But Yorkshire have bowled really tightly this morning. They've come back well from that record second wicket partnership of Alex Lees and Emilio Gay. It's going to be Jordan Thompson to kick things off, and this is Bairstow
Just gesturing at something, Jordan Thompson. Good afternoon, Rob.
So I think Graham Clark's pointing something out behind the bowler's arm.
Oh, it's the...
Yeah, it's the boundary ropes, the advertising boards. Just moved out the way of Graham Clark's eyesight. And we can get underway with the afternoon session. Jordan Thompson to Graham Clark. 2 slips await.
And swiped to the 2 slips just over the heads, and it will run to the boundary for 4 runs. And that's a way to start an afternoon session, isn't it, Rob?
I think we've got our answer about how Durham are going to play this. Not the prettiest shot from Graham Clark. I think a big edge, maybe onto pad as well, but flew over George Hill at first slip. Durham moving just 10 runs away now from that another batting bonus point, excuse me.
And those bonus points do make all the difference in the county championship. So very important for Durham to get to that milestone.
Yeah, 450 potentially is in play, depending on how quick Durham reach 400 and how many wickets they are down at that time. Just got Matthew Potts, who is a very accomplished batter nowadays in that lower middle order. He'll be in next, but after that, there's a debate over whether Paul Coughlin will come out and bat, as he still being monitored for his ab injury. I think obviously the player will have a say, but Susan and Sam, part of the medical team, will ultimately have the final call on if Coughlin will bat. It would almost certainly be with a runner if he does come out.
Nicely defended by Clark. Not trying to do too much at this stage.
Yeah, still getting the eye back in. Another long session coming up, which Durham really want to assert the dominance and put the momentum back in their favour.
And the good news is, as you can see on the stream, blue skies in Durham this afternoon.
Yeah, these are certainly ideal batting conditions, you would say. Jack White going through his warm-up routine at mid-off, so he'll more than likely kick things off from the Lumley end after the lunch break.
Nice defence to end the over. 4 from it. Durham 394-6. Now, Rob, I want to circle back to a conversation we were having earlier about county grounds. Have you ticked off all 18?
Absolutely not, mate. Absolutely not. I've got a fair few to tick off.
Really?
I've got a fair few. I really want to get down to Worcestershire.
Oh, beautiful ground. Absolutely beautiful.
Really want to get down to Worcestershire. It's a lovely, lovely ground, and we don't know how much longer New Road is going to be the home of Worcestershire with
all the uncertainty.
With all the flooding they've had in previous years. Indeed, it is Jack White to kick things off. He'll be bowling to Ben Rain. Looks like he's going to come around the wicket. Still have 2 slips in play. Yeah, I've yet to get down to Somerset as well.
Oh, I went to Taunton first time last year. They know how to do championship cricket down there. They really do.
I think I've got Gloucestershire still on the agenda.
We're going to have to get you doing a cricket tour, Rob.
Do you know what? Oh no, I have been Headingley. So I can tick that one off. Yeah, still fair few on my list of county grounds as Ben Rain faces up. Swing and a miss. Good bounce from Jack White. Got a man at point. Looks like Dan Milan is the designated boundary rider. Down at long leg, excuse me. Got fairly straight mid-wicket. Mid-on, mid-off. Cover. And then Matthew Revis is down on the third. On the boundary, down at third. Slips were happy about that. Slips were interested, but umpire Saggers wasn't.
I think you're starting to see the contest that we're going to get this afternoon between bat and ball. Durham, just a few hints of the attacking intent that they might take. But equally, Yorkshire keen to get those final 4 wickets.
Yeah, as I mentioned, this is perfect. This is perfect conditions for wanting to bat, if you could ask any batter in the world. They maybe want it to be a bit warmer.
Yes.
But clouds have dissipated over the lunch break. So not too much assistance from the overheads for bowling. Good from White. Down that 4th, 5th stump line, really challenging Ben Rain's technique as well as his patience. Like we said, long afternoon session coming up due to the time we've lost for bad light on days 1 and 2. Tea is scheduled for 4 o'clock. And close of play scheduled for 6:30, 104.4 overs in the day. Ben Rain takes the aerial route on the leg side, and it'll be the first boundary for him this session. Durham 394 for 6. Lead ticking up towards 90. Just that boundary from the over. 99 bowled, excuse me. So 11 left for those bonus points. I think unless something changes, Simon, I don't think 450's in play.
Yeah.
I'll never say never with the Ryan Campbell side.
Do you know what? I'm going to disagree with you there. I do think I think it all depends on this partnership. I think if these two can get settled in and start with the aggressive intent that we've seen so far, then maybe. And that is just what I'm talking about. Whacked towards the boundary in the offside. And it'll be 4 runs for Clark, taking him on to 21 off 23 balls. Am I convincing you?
Not yet.
A slight.
I need a little bit more.
A slight disapproving nod of the head.
I need a little bit more, Simon. I need a little bit more. I mean, Graham Clark is a very powerful hitter of the ball. Everyone who's associated with Durham knows what he can do when given the license to play some shots. Scored a T20 century down at Northamptonshire a few years ago, opening the batting with Alex Lees. Very powerful hitter, can manipulate the field.
Highest score for Graham Clark in the County Championship came in 2023, 128 versus Sussex.
Yeah, he had a phenomenal year in 2023.
Swing and a miss. And this is what I mean about Durham's attacking intent. You can feel that they want to be scoring runs and scoring runs quickly.
Well, the message has been bat once and bat big. Time isn't really on Durham's side today to try and force the win. They are going to need to have a bowl at Yorkshire, you'd reckon, at some point today, if they're going to try force a victory. Especially with some rain around tomorrow that could take yet more time out of the game, which is a shame because after the absolute thriller we had last week between Durham and Warwickshire here,
County Championship heritage, I have to say, watching from afar, brilliant match.
A lot of us were hoping for more of the same, but unfortunately the light has had other ideas over the opening 2 days.
Again, just sort of looking to score through that offside. Graham Clark not quite managing it on that occasion. He likes that area near cover, and if he can get through the fielders, then there is a lot of space on the boundary. Quite a close field. Just defended into towards Gully to end the over. They'll take a single. Durham 398 for 6. 399. Honestly, keep up, Simon.
Yeah, just finishing on Clark, had a very strong 2023 campaign. Was almost on the verge of leaving cricket behind. His contract was up at the end of that year. Was being used as a white ball batter only. Kind of hadn't really had a run in the red ball side up until that point, and was kind of considering his options outside of the game. He's one of the players that has really benefited from Ryan Campbell's appointment as head coach. Immediately said to Graham Clark, "You're our number 7. You're our number 6, our number 7. This is what your role is going to be." And he performed it to a very high standard throughout that campaign. Earned himself a new contract extension off the back of that campaign. Didn't quite reach those heights last year. Struggled, I think, with maybe the step up to Div 1 cricket. Eventually kind of found his way out of the Red Bull side. Didn't really pick up the runs that he was hoping for, but he's had a couple opportunities. 2 out of the first 3 games he's appeared in this season. He want to make his mark. He'll bring up Durham's 400 with that shot. Durham pick up their 4th batting bonus point. They've got just under 10 overs to pick up another 50. So equation's fairly simple. 5 and over from here on out if they want to chase that 450. But overall, Simon, I think they've got the bigger picture has to be in play here in terms of they want a very healthy lead when they do get a second chance bowling at Yorkshire later today, we assume.
Absolutely, that healthy lead will be at the forefront of their mind. But those bonus points are also on their mind, given they sit in 10th at the moment after 2 games. But a win, obviously, more important than those bonus points. But there certainly will be an awareness from Durham. Just looking into Jack White. His best season came in 2023, 50 wickets he took. Big shout. Umpire unmoved.
Yeah, it's going to go down as 4 leg byes. Thing with coming round the wicket to left-handed batter is on that angle that you've really got to try and almost pin them on the back pad as much as anything, and you're always going to be facing an uphill battle if you haven't got any sort of movement off the pitch. So umpire was not interested at all, didn't even give the appeals the time of day as that raced away to the boundary. Width. Great stop from Matthew Revis. Wasn't the best delivery from Jack White. Ben Rain trying to carve that away as he did through point, but Revis pulling it up inside the rope, saving a couple runs.
And every run really does count for Durham here. Weather could be in play tomorrow. It's important for them to cement that lead. Nearly at 100. Bowled him straight through, and White gets his reward. Ben Rain, just as he was looking settled. It's a beautiful bowl again, and stumps are cartwheeling. Durham now 406 for 7. Ben Rain goes for 10.
Yep, refound the radar, did Jack White. Zeroed in on those stumps and found his target. Just keeping a little bit on the low side, that one. Ben Rain unable to get the bat down in time. Picked up 81 last week in the second innings for Durham. So that's a very valuable wicket for Yorkshire. One part of that lower middle order is now gone. Lead currently sitting at 99 for Durham as Matthew Potts will stride out at number 9. Got runs last week, 70 in the first innings against Warwickshire. He enjoys batting against Warwickshire. He's got his first class best is against them. 149 not out last year as a night watcher.
Yeah, he's a tail ender who can whack Matty Potts.
I wouldn't even put him. I think that's doing him a disservice. He's a more than capable. You talk to anyone, he values his batting. He really takes pride in it. He's really works hard.
Matty Potts? Please forgive me. You're an all-rounder.
Also, don't call him Matty. That's another thing.
Well, I'm learning on the
You're
job.
off to a bad start.
I'm off to a bad start.
But yeah, he works really hard on his batting. He also is self-aware enough to realise that it's going to be something that will keep him in the international conversation.
And he should, let's be clear, he should be in that international conversation, I think.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt in terms of he will be. It's just, we listened to Ryan Campbell talking on the radio over the lunch break, and just with the way England are sort of, for lack of a better term, pigeonholing their bowlers. They've sort of put Potts in that Chris Woakes, Sam Cook category of not the fastest, but still have a role to play with their skills.
Thompson in and just flicked towards the boundary, behind the slips, and it will be 4 runs for Graham Clark.
Yeah, soft hands. More so on the edge side there from Clark. Thompson challenging the outside edge, but Clark, soft hands opening the face of the bat, able to pick up 4. That moves the Durham lead past 100. First little mental hurdle for Yorkshire when they come to bat. But yeah, England seem to have set their stall out in terms of where they value, where they're going to put their bowlers. Obviously, you got your quicks in terms of Jofra Archer, Mark Wood. Brian Cast maybe starting to inch in towards that category. You then got your 85 to 88 mile-an-hour bowlers, and then, as I mentioned, you've got those that England are looking more in terms of their movement with the ball rather than out-and-out pace.
Swing and a miss again.
Which to some people will come across as short-sighted, as as much as England, yes, in the past haven't had rapid attacks in Australia. Ultimately, you've got to score a lot of runs to win a cricket game. Yeah, you have to take 20 wickets, but you've got to be in a position where your bowlers can take 20 wickets, and that comes from piling up the runs, which England just simply have not done down under since 2011, 2012, when they last won the Ashes series in Australia. So we'll see how that one plays out later this year.
Flipped away into the offside. Picked up by Point. Brings Matthew Potts on to strike for his first delivery. It'll be Jordan Thompson to bowl it, continuing. Thompson just hitting that line just outside off stump. We'll be trying to build the pressure on Matthew Potts. This time it's just driven towards mid-on, where it's fielded nicely. End of the over, 5 from it. Durham 411 for 7.
Sussex have their first bowling bonus point against Surrey, 38 for 3. They are still trailing by just under 200. Worcestershire have lost a second wicket since lunch as they chase 295 for a win against Essex, 20 for 2 they are. Somerset underway with the bat in their second innings, 11 without loss, trailing by 141 against Hampshire. Notts are building a strong lead, up to 249 against Warwickshire. Declaration surely on the minds down there. Leicestershire 271 for 3. They are in the lead now by 8 runs at Old Trafford. Glamorgan are going decently for their opening partnership, 37 without loss. They still trail by 234, so a lot of work for them to try and save that game. Gloucestershire 53 without loss, and Northamptonshire 432 for 6. Clark turns this one leg side, will just be a single. Yeah, Gloucestershire looks like they're going to try and get a move on down at Canterbury to set up another finish there. The lead is 132, 53 without loss after 11 overs. So to try and be attacking to set a target that they believe Kent will not try to chase. Northants moving towards a very similar position. They're looking at picking up maximum. They're going to look to try to pick up maximum batting bonus points. 18 runs away from doing so. They've got 6 overs to do it. Potts on strike. Nice shot. Very nice shot from Matthew Potts, his first boundary. And already Durham, after 2 balls of the over, have 5 from the over.
Yeah, lovely straight drive by Matty Potts. Back over the bowler's head. And you feel like Potts and Clark together just starting to relax now.
Well, this partnership have got to do a lot of the heavy lifting to get Durham to a position where Alex Lees feels confident enough in calling a declaration. He won't be doing anything like that yet, I wouldn't suspect. Lead only 109. But if these two can stay together for the next 20 minutes, 30 minutes, hour, still be together, then Durham will feel a lot better about themselves. I mean, they're not going to be feeling bad with that lead, but in terms of being really able to apply pressure, still good batting track. Potts tries mid-wicket, but well stopped by Thompson.
Yeah, lovely stop there by Jordan Thompson. Reacting quickly to the attempt of Potts to get that through. And Yorkshire have been sharp in the field.
Thick inside edge. Be a couple to Potts. Good bounce from White. 7 from the over. 7 overs left for bonus points. Yorkshire hoping they can pick up another bowling one. 418 for 7, lead 111.
And I have to say, I've been really impressed with how Yorkshire have clawed their way back into this game. A morning session to remember for them, and it really feels like the pressure from this bowling attack is going to stay on throughout the afternoon. Be Jordan Thompson to Clark at the Finkel end. Clark whacks it away through cover, and that'll be 4 runs.
Yeah, not the best delivery from Thompson. Offered a bit of width, and Clark able to free the arms. The key will be the change bowlers for Johnny Bairstow. You know, we're now getting to the stage where bowlers are coming back for fourth spells and third and fourth spells, which is tough on the body. Obviously, they've had some rest overnight to recover, but been out in the field obviously all morning, buoyed by those wickets, but Durham still with the upper hand. Although maybe not so much now. Graham Clark edges to first slip. George Hill takes the catch. Durham forging 22 for 8. It's big for Yorkshire. Durham wanting to get going with Graham Clark, and the 2 batters that were there before lunch are both back in the sheds.
It just caught me off guard, that, I'll be honest. Again, this is what I'm talking about, that Yorkshire bowling attack, not letting the Durham batters get away from them. And they've been rewarded again. Jordan Thompson there getting the wicket of Clark. Yeah,
he's been pretty unfortunate so far. Deserved at least a couple wickets. Eventually has his first there in the shape of Graham Clark. It was a good bounce back as well after being carved away through the offside, the ball before. We'll bring out the Australian overseas Brendan Doggett, I believe, to the middle. Is it Doggett or is it Coughlin? No, it is Paul Coughlin. Coming out without a runner, so
that's a good sign for Durham fans who may have been wondering how he is doing.
Yeah, official word from the club, he's dealing with an ab injury. He's continued to be monitored by the club throughout the game. Obviously, a major positive that he's out there now to face Jordan Thompson.
Left alone outside the off stump. Three balls left in the over. Coughlin will probably just want to see those out and feel for them, but Jordan Thompson, this pressure, has been consistent in his line and lengths, and he's reaped the rewards. Swing and a miss, edged and gone. And Jordan Thompson has his second in this over, and Coughlin goes for 0. And Durham are collapsing. Yorkshire well back in the box seat now.
Yeah, it's not been ideal from Durham today. I mean, give Coughlin credit, he's come out with that injury to his ab. Lead 115, so Yorkshire are certainly happy about that. 3 wickets for them this afternoon. They pick up as well maximum bowling bonus points. And this is now Brendan Doggett out to join Potts. Not got the best first class batting record. I think only lasted a handful of deliveries on his one innings last week.
Fantastic over from Jordan Thompson though. Just 4 runs from it and 2 wickets. Case of cleaning up the tail now for Yorkshire. defended by Doggett. Looking now, lead 115. Rob, what do you make of that?
Not as many as Durham were hoping for. I think it's as simple as that. They were looking for a lot higher. Ooh, bit of movement there.
A little bit of swing to end the over. Durham now 422 for 9. A fantastic over from Jordan Thompson comes to an end.
Yeah, I'm not sure Matty Potts is going to be defensive for much longer here. He's only faced 7 deliveries, but runs are key for Durham now. I mean, yeah, Yorkshire have bowled incredibly well today, picking up 8 wickets, which, based on watching Lees and Gay bat yesterday, I would have been surprised if 8 wickets fell total today. Johnny Bairstow just exchanging, I think, a few polite words with Matthew Potts, former England teammates, of course. Potts down the track to White. Still 2 slips, mid-off cover point, third long leg, deep backwards square, and mid-on. Two for 75 so far for Jack White.
Just having a look. Potts for Durham in his time. He's scored 1,135 runs for the club from 63 innings. Including a high score of 149 not out.
Yeah, as mentioned last year down at Warwickshire. Very short boundary on one side of that pitch. Wasn't Scott Borthwick's best decision to bowl first at the toss. I think it's safe to say. "36 runs have been added so far this afternoon session, but Durham have lost 3 wickets. And Matthew Potts trying to clear mid-on up towards Bannatynes, but didn't quite get the connection he wanted. Falls out towards Jordan Thompson at deep backwards square, kind of patrolling that area between deep backwards square and mid-wicket. Going to trust Doggett with 2 balls here. Slip cordon is reinforced with Finley Bean coming in at third. So, understandably, Johnny Bairstow giving number 11 the covers if he wants to drive. Big movement back inside, but I think inside edge from Doggett. And then maybe too much movement almost going down leg side.
Do you know they're big appealers, Yorkshire?
I think try and find a side that doesn't appeal loudly. You'll be struggling for a while.
I think Yorkshire are particularly loud, particularly Bairstow behind the stumps. I think that's a good thing, bringing energy.
Change. Man goes back on the leg side boundary. for Doggett. Is it the double bluff? It was the double bluff. I don't think Doggett got anything on that. He didn't. Jack White firing that in towards his pads. Beats Diver Bairstow as well. Going to go for 4 buys. 427 for 9. Lead up to 120.
How many more can Durham get? That is the question. Inflict some damage in this tail end. Matthew Potts, as we've discussed, likes a bat. Is he going to hit out and do the damage? Be Jordan Thompson to return after that fantastic over just a few short moments ago. As Johnny Bairstow has 2 slips, deep backward point in place. Just left alone.
Too wide. You're not going to get Potts to play at that. It's too sensible.
Swing and a miss from Matty Potts.
Better. That's what you got to look to do. Around that 4/5 stump. That's where you have to. That's where you have to be bowling.
I keep instinctively calling him Matty Potts, and I don't know why. Matthew Potts. Looking to inflict damage. Nice connection with the ball there, but stops short at point.
That's a painful stop for Don Bess out in the covers. I think maybe just a tiny bounce up before it hit him. It's hit his leg, I think just below the knee. Trying to jog it off.
Again, just wanting to get that line perhaps a little bit tighter. Jordan Thompson.
Berso's going to bring the field up. Good. I think this is good captaincy. You don't really want to allow Potts to be able to pick and choose when he can have the single. So just one man on each side is going to remain out, and in fact, third on the boundary is going to move just a bit finer. Yorkshire wanted to target Doggett with 6 balls if they can.
Yeah, definitely going to try and stop this single. And the final ball of the over. It's looking like another tidy one from Jordan Thompson. And close that single off, they do. Durham finished the over 427 for 9. They lead by 120, and Doggett will be facing the next over.
Yeah, smart captaincy from Bairstow. Potts hadn't been able to get any of those first 4 deliveries away, so smartly bringing the field up for those final 2, allowing Jack White to target Brendan Doggett. Looks like it's going to be 3 slips for him. Doesn't look like Durham are going to pick up that final batting bonus point. Tad too far. 23 runs to get in 4 overs. Seen stranger things happen though. Targeting pads, but straying too far down leg. Yeah, this game building nicely. Yorkshire with a spirited fight back here on day 3 after being dismantled by Lees and Gay yesterday. And that is that. Edged and gone. Jack White has Brendan Doggett. He goes without scoring after 6 deliveries. Him and Matthew Potts will trot off, dispatch of their batting gear and get ready to bowl. Very good from Yorkshire today. Just mentioned. Down and out, really, you would have thought after yesterday. But they fought back really well today, picking up 9 wickets in relatively quick time, it's got to be said. All out in the first between that first hour after lunch on day 3. Obviously, Alex Lees and Amelia Gay will take all the plaudits. 172 for Alex Lees, Amelia Gay, his maiden Durham. 150, he made 152 for him. But outside of that, not really a lot of support. Graham Clark, next high scorer with just 33. Few starts from Robinson and Rain and Rhodes. Potts finishes not out with 7, but ducks for Ackerman, Coughlin and Doggett.
And a good all-round bowling performance from Yorkshire. 3 for 76 for White, 2 for 80 for Thompson, 2 for 51 for Matty Revis. Hill at 2 for 68. And then overseas signing Sears, 1 for 74. A good outing for the unit then, and a good comeback for Yorkshire in this match. I think if you'd have told them at the start of today's play, a lead of just 120, given where Gay and Lees were sat, I think they would have taken that.
Absolutely. We'll take a break and we'll be back with you for the start of Yorkshire's second innings. Welcome back, players returning to the field as Yorkshire look to get their second innings underway. Just 163 runs scored so far, well, added by Durham for those 9 wickets lost. No surprise, Ben Rain's going to start from the Lumley end, and I'm delighted to say I've got a member of Vic's team alongside us. It's not Vic for a change, it's Ben Hall. Ben, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm all good, mate. I think I would have preferred a few more Durham runs on the board.
Yeah, I think obviously if you go in with a lead, you're going to be happy. But I think our lads would have probably preferred to have maybe batted till tea, maybe try and push it towards 200. But hopefully our bowlers can make early inroads.
Ben Rain. Confident start from Adam Lyth, already eating into that deficit. Ben McKinney will haul it up inside the rope, but Yorkshire get off the mark with a 3. Just confirming that Paul Coughlin has not taken the field for the start of this innings. Mitch Killeen is on down at 3rd on the boundary as 12th man, so doesn't look promising for prospects of Coughlin bowling. Were you guys expecting, as a ground staff, you expecting the pitch to play as it has today? Because all the indications were from the Warwickshire game and the first 2 days of this one that it was going to be pretty good for batting. So there's a half appeal, but I think that's top of the pad on Finley Bean. But yeah, were you guys expecting that from Yorkshire today?
I think it's hard to sort of try and guess what the pitch is actually going to do. I think maybe we've just got to give credit to the Yorkshire bowlers that they've probably bowled a little bit better than they did yesterday. I think yesterday seemed a bit easier to bat on.
Thuds into the pads, mix up. Live just gets home at the non-strikers end. The direct hit would have been interesting for the umpire's decision.
I think it's obviously brought Yorkshire definitely back into the game, because I think last night they would have been probably in the dressing room quite downbeat, but it's now sort of opened the game up a little bit, which is obviously good as a neutral. But I think Durham's still in a fairly strong position. I think the key for us is now that we would like to try and take a few early wickets to sort of unsettle the Yorkshire team, but you couldn't really get any better batting conditions with the sun now deciding to come out a little bit warmer, and it'll be interesting to see what the heavy roller has done to the pitch now.
Rain on the money, so Bairstow asking for the heavy roller then between innings.
Yeah, he did, yeah. I think that was to be expected, to be honest. I think we saw yesterday when the heavy roller went on, it seemed to sort of flatten out a little bit, so that's what they'll be hoping.
Yeah, I think I spoke to Victor morning and he said Bairstow didn't ask for anything on the morning of day 2.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe influenced by the fact his team was 8 down and only had Dom Best really as a recognised batter left. 3 off that opening over for Ben Rain, and no surprise, Ben, that Matthew Potts is going to start from the Finkel end.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of a no-brainer.
Those two definitely call the shots when they're in the team together. You know that as a fellow bowler, you're not really getting a look in for that first 10, 12 overs while these two go to work.
Yeah, definitely. I think over the recent years, obviously, Potts has sort of made himself the front runner as the bowling attack. So yeah, I think you'd be pretty pushed to try and get the ball out of his hands. He's the type of lad that wants to be in the mix all the time, and he'll just keep running in.
Around the wicket. Clipped, but straight to Alex Lees. He's very similar to Ben Stokes in a way, because I remember having a chat with Scott Borthwick, I think, after the Somerset game last year, and Stokes, he was going through a really long spell.
Yeah.
And Scott was saying, I asked him, like, it's got to be such a joy to have him in your squad because it's Ben Stokes.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
And Scott turned around and said, it's also a bit of a nightmare because he can't get the ball out of his hands.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
come up to him after 5 overs and say, that's it, and he just gives you a look.
Yeah, as if to say no.
Ooh, good zip. Yeah, he just gives you a look. I'm not going to call it a death stare, but one of those, like...
Try it.
Leave me alone. I know what I'm doing. And Scott just very quickly turns around and runs back to the slip cord. And
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it's good, and like you say, Potsy's that type of character. He'll keep running in. He'll keep giving it 100% all the time, which is good, and it's sometimes what you need, especially if it gets a little bit sort of flat out there and what have you.
Played out into the offside. You pretty good friends with Potsy and his partner?
Yeah, really good friends. I've known them for quite a few years now, so we know them pretty well.
Did he come and ask you for... We've already had this chat with Vic about players coming up to him. Does he come up to you specifically and try and play on it? Say, Ben, what's this pitch going to do?
Sometimes if I'm out there, he'll ask my opinion and see what I think. But then half the time I say, mate, look, it's hard to sort of say, but
The pitch is the pitch.
yeah, exactly. It's not all the time, but on the odd occasion he will ask and see if he can get a little bit of insight. But yeah, he's a good lad. Him and his family and his partner.
Started with 4 dots here. The start of this second innings. Big shouts.
Nope.
Umpire unmoved.
Maybe he's wishful thinking.
Maybe. I mean, everyone went up in unison, so that would lead me to believe they heard something. Maybe bat on pad,
possibly, yeah.
or maybe it's clip the jumper over.
Yeah,
Adam
that
Live shirt.
can sound very similar to bat and ball, can't it? So maybe that's what it was, but.
Early signs of encouragement for Potts. Starts with a maiden. Yorkshire trail by 117. Bonus points are set for the game. Durham pick up 7 maximum bowling bonus points and 4 batting bonus points. Yorkshire picking up 5 with maximum bowling bonus points and 2 batting bonus points for getting above 300. Are you still in charge of the nursery ground? Is it? The nets area?
The net area out the back, yeah. Yeah, I'm still in charge of them and overseeing them.
Vic just leaves you to it?
Yeah, he does actually, yeah. Obviously he has overall say on everything, but he's very good on just leaving it to us. Very rarely sort of get too involved unless I sort of ask him. But to be fair, we have a pretty good relationship and we're constantly talking about what we're trying to achieve with the pitches in the net area and stuff. So there's always conversation going on. Which is good because obviously it's a way for me to constantly keep learning, but I've also got that sort of safety net to...
Because you got the fullback.
Yeah,
if you
just sort of, if I'm unsure about anything, I can obviously get his advice, which would be stupid not to.
Been in the game a long time.
Well, yeah, exactly. So I think it's important to use that type of experience. I think you'd be silly not to.
See Graham Onions away to our right-hand side, just having a chat with Brendan Doggett. Bowled well in that first innings, picked up Yorkshire's top 4.
Yeah, bowled really well.
Halfway through his spell here at the club, only able to secure a 28-day visa, missing out on one T20 that would have enabled him to stay a lot longer than Durham would like, but Ryan Campbell seems pretty confident that he'll be back up here in the North East in the future. Hopefully it plays out that way.
Yeah, hopefully.
Shouts
Big
for
appeal.
LBW. Height.
Big appeal.
I think height. Umpire Saggers is unmoved. Maybe also indicating...
Going down a leg, maybe?
Yeah, maybe 2 noises as well he heard. Pitch has got life here on day 3. And Yorkshire, while at the time yesterday would have been disheartened by watching Lees and Gay place the ball everywhere,
Yeah.
They would have learned the lesson that this pitch is still a good batting track.
Yeah. I think it's a good cricket wicket, to be honest. I think if you can get yourself in.
So that one squirms underway underneath Ollie Robinson, and Mitch Killeen does brilliantly as the sub-fielder running all the way round from third to stop it, but they will run through for, I think, 3 byes. 2. 2 byes added to the score. Left alone, 5. That last, yeah, been back-to-back good cricket wickets here in the North East. Both, there's just stuff available for both batter and bowler.
Yeah, definitely. Which is what you want, really. Like I was going to say before, I think it's the type of pitch that if you get in, you can score big. But I think if you bowl in the right areas, there's definitely enough there for the bowlers to keep their interest. And I think yesterday, our batters batted really well, and it just sort of dented Yorkshire's confidence a little bit. So
Tight sleeve from Lyth, who has that, as me and Sam pointed out, he starts showing all of his stumps. It's almost like a walk across before he faces the delivery. Very experienced campaigner in first-class cricket.
yeah, top quality batsman.
Unfortunately, didn't quite crack Test cricket, although I think plenty would argue he wasn't given a long enough opportunity, just to 7 tests.
Yeah. There's no getting away from the fact that he is a top quality player. And a dangerous player. I think, if he gets settled in, he normally goes on and scores pretty big, doesn't he? So I think it's important for Durham to try and prize him out early, which I think they did in the first innings, didn't they? Did he make about 20,
Yeah,
30
got a
odd?
good start, and then just Brendan
A bit of a
Doggett picked him up.
loose shot, wasn't it? So
Yeah, one that he kind of, it was a back of a length, pulled it and just picked out Graham Clark. It's
Yeah.
one of those ones that you've done the hard work of getting. He was 28 from 58.
yeah, it was a bit of a sort of a gimme for us, wasn't it? So
Yeah, it's one of those ones where, to mention, that's uppish from. Like, it was just one of those ones where, as I mentioned, you'd done the hard work, you got yourself in, you'd seen off the opening threat from Potts and Rain. Coughlin was bowling well as well. Just one of those ones where you feel like the runs are going to start coming a bit more fluently, and then next thing you know, you're walking back to the sheds. So a frustrating one for him. Finn Bean could also do with some runs. 15 for him first time round before Doggett pinned him LBW. Don't think he was overly pleased with the decision. Lovely
shot.
Lovely from Lyth. Slightly overpitched from Potts, and Lovely cover drive for him. George Giselle just wandering out, leaving a helmet just outside the boundary rope on the leg side. Call is 2. And they'll get them through mid-wicket.
It's nice to finally have some actual cricket weather as well, isn't it? The past 2 days has been so cold.
Guess Friday was floodlights on from 12 o'clock and then never got turned off. Yesterday was, again, gloomy overheads. Kind of, you always, from about 3 o'clock, around this time of day, you're just constantly looking up, going, this is too dark, and the umpire's going to take them off.
I know.
Slightly low, that one. 6 from the over, 11 without loss. We're in this, obviously, opening rounds of the county championship. For your next pitches, do they change as we get further on into the year and we start incorporating white ball cricket into it, or is it pretty consistent throughout the season? Because obviously red ball cricket, there's a lot more movement. Pitches have to go over the 4 days, whereas against white ball cricket, especially the T20s, it's over in an evening. So is there much change for you when you're preparing nets pitches later on in the year?
It's a funny one. It's trying to find that balance. Obviously for the practice wickets, you want them effectively to last longer than a cricket, like the match wicket. So it's finding that balance of sort of keeping them, like if you talk about length of grass wise, there probably won't be too much variation. Try and sort of keep them relatively the same, just so that we have that longevity for the pitches to last. And again, that's what I was relating to with speaking to Vic about which direction we are going to go. But we've changed the direction a little bit this year. We're on a bit of a quicker rotation, so the pitches are getting used a lot more, and we're going to see how that is going. Which so far it seems to be going fine. We're getting good feedback off them. So they're not in play as long, but it means that hopefully their recovery will be quicker as well from previous years.
Ooh.
You could say that was a good leave.
Two types. Two types of leave, and Finn Bean was about 2 centimetres away from it being a wrong one, but...
Perfectly judged.
Yeah, kept a bit low as well, that one. Not the first time we've seen that across the 3 days. Though there is a little bit of variable. It's not an awful lot. I mean, we saw one from Revis earlier that really spiked up off the length and took the glove of Colin Ackerman. But
I think that'll keep Durham interested, though, as well, won't it? That there's enough in the pitch for the bowlers.
Absolutely, Rain giving Finley Bean's technique working over. Yeah, there was one, I think, opening round in the season, Jaden Seals to Al Davis, just one of those horrible ones that pitches and he's expecting it to bounce up and just doesn't. It just stops dead.
Yeah.
Pins him on the pad. He falls to his knees. He knows as soon as he gets up, the fingers up. Like, it's one of those ones. He's just can't do anything about that.
You don't even want to sort of look up, do you?
You just kind of just want to turn around and just go.
Yeah.
Oh my. Well,
fantastic.
He knows where his off stump is.
Definitely.
Finley Bean. He knows where his off stump is. Ben Rain, twice in 3 balls almost.
Agonisingly close.
Sending it cartwheeling. It's a good start though. Again, Durham had the lead of 120 on first innings, but you just don't want to give the opposition anything. You don't want to allow them anything.
No, definitely not. We need to get in amongst them and try and be tight and not give anything away.
Maiden from Rain, 11 without loss. So you said you want your practice wickets to last longer than a match wicket. How long are we talking here? A week, 10 days? Is that sort of what you're aiming for?
At the moment, we're on around about about 8 days. The last set of pitches that we were on, I think we used them for 9 days, if I'm correct. And it's sort of just playing around through the season. You might get periods where if the first team are away and the women's professional team are away, you might sort of try and prolong how long they're in use for. So it's just sort of being flexible with your approach and stuff. But yeah, it's just trying to find that balance on making sure that they're playing well enough.
Change of angle for Potts. He's coming over the wicket now to live.
But I try and mimic what Vic is preparing out there. We had a chat earlier on in the season that we don't want too much variation in what I'm doing to what he's doing, because obviously we want to replicate what they are effectively playing on.
Consistency is key.
Exactly. So, yeah.
We've got one of those spells coming out now. The men's squad will be away the next 2 weeks, away at Worcestershire and then down at Hampshire, while we've got the first games of the professional women's era. Does that, as you say, what kind of... So does that mean now for those practice pitches you'll try and drag them out that little bit longer, or will you prepare, or will you be on to preparing a fresh one?
I'm actually on preparing fresh ones as we speak.
That's impressive. You're in the commentary box and preparing fresh wickets.
As we speak, yeah. That's how good I am.
It's good from Potts.
But yeah, we obviously want to give the women the same standard that the men are going to get, which they obviously deserve. And it's going to be exciting to see them the first game here on Wednesday and Sunday. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yep, tickets still available for those games. Get them on the Durham Cricket website. England A side have just finished up their tour of Australia as well, so those girls will be flying back, and they are hopefully going to be in contention for the opening game next week.
Yeah, I think they're back. Will it be Monday?
Yeah, so
Tuesday.
Yeah, logistically it's not the nicest turnaround, but
get off the plane and then basically straight in.
Yeah.
Straight in for your match.
Life of a professional athlete.
I know.
These days. Surely there's some anti-jet lag tablets or something that I think F1 obviously they go around the world.
Yeah.
And they fly within all these different time zones. So I think those guys have some sort of medication that lessens the effect of jet lag. Obviously you can't really remove it in its entirety, but
no. Yeah, there's a lot more out there that you can use and try now, isn't it, to alleviate that problem.
Maiden from Potts, back to back from the Durham opening bowlers. Yorkshire still 11 without last year. Holly Armitage, Beth Heath and Maddie Villiers were on that England A tour down to Australia. So those girls probably in transit somewhere in the air right now as they get ready to start their campaign. Had Emily Windsor join us on commentary last week. She's unfortunately she's not fit for the start of the campaign, but hoping later on throughout the season she's able to play a role.
Yeah.
Ben Rain continues his battle with Finley Bean. Is it pitch 5 that's being used for the women's game on Wednesday? I think I'm
Yes, it is, yeah.
So just a few pitches to the left of where the Warwickshire game was.
That's correct, yeah.
Still just 2 slips. I wonder if Alex Lees is tempted to bring a third in considering how well Reagan is bowling to Bean. Back on his toes. So you've got it's a very similar situation to what you guys had this time last week, where this pitch had to be ready because you're very limited because it was part of the playing square. The pitch 5 is part of the playing square for this one.
Yeah.
What sort of let's take a look to Tuesday. What will that day look like for Vic and the team trying to get that pitch ready?
Tuesday's going to be quite a full-on day. Obviously, we'll have practice, and we've got to get side screens moved, boundary moved as well, and obviously the final preparation on the pitch. Brush cut roll as we normally do, and get it marked up. So it's going to be quite a busy day because obviously this game is looking like it's definitely going to go into the 4th day and quite late into the 4th day.
I think it would take something remarkable for it to not end up.
Yeah, something dramatic, but that is cricket, so anything can happen. But
flicked away. Doggett sets off. We'll pull it up and it'll be a couple to Bean. Finally gets off the mark after 21 balls.
Yeah, and we're going to have to get, obviously, the outfield cut, so it's going to be a full-on day, but that's what we're paid to do, so we'll get there. But it has been quite a full-on start to the season. Like you say, having back-to-back 4-day games means that your time on the ground is quite limited, which is a different challenge. But luckily the weather's been kind to us, so that's always a plus point. And it's just sort of trying to make sure that you're sort of ahead of yourself, and then if you have a couple of days where you can't get on, you're not stressing too much.
Just the 2 off that over. 7 gone, 13 without loss. Yeah, Vic's mentioned the weather as well being a massive plus in terms of being able to repair the square and getting the work done over winter. Same story for you with the practice pitches, being able to get your repair work done and get it set ready for the start of this season.
Yeah, I don't think this winter could have gone any better, really. To be fair, last winter was horrible. It was absolutely dire. So it's been an absolute godsend that this winter's been dry and good for us. So it always helps.
Good carry from Potts.
It means that we're in a lot better state as well. We've got a lot better grass coverage and healthier grass coverage, which obviously then if you want to get a little bit more scientific, obviously root structure is a lot better, so you're hoping that your pitches can hold together better and stuff like that.
Bringing out the science lessons on Easter Sunday.
I'm not going to go too scientific because
good. You'll lose me. I'm horrible with science.
I'll probably lose quite a few people actually. But yeah, we couldn't be happier really with how the winter's gone and our preparations. So although yes, dry weather does pose other challenges, but it's a challenge that you can manage and cope with. So yeah, everything's been pretty good.
Do you guys focus on? Is there a focus on if there's enough wind around? I know that might sound like a silly question, but does the wind speed and if it's particularly, obviously there's been storms around in the past few years. Does that play much of an effect? Does that have much effect on your repairing process?
Repairing wise, wind doesn't really affect it, but it can dry the top off quite a bit. And sometimes in the winter when if the ground is wet, you sort of want that little bit of wind just to dry the top off so you can get on. But sort of preparation wise, it's a factor, but it's not. I wouldn't necessarily say it's a major factor.
hit to McKinney. It's gone through his hand, so Lythe will come back for a couple. He moves into double figures. 2 left in the over. Pot's going to continue over the wicket. 2 slips, backward point, cover, third, mid on, mid off, middle wicket and long leg. Inside edge. Could go anywhere. Full save for Lythe.
I can feel a wicket coming.
You can feel it.
Yep, I'm going to put it out there that I feel like in the next over or so there's going to be a wicket.
Well, Durham are certainly hoping for that. Think probably a couple more, or maybe 3 more at the most, for Potts and Rain before Alex Lee thinks about changes. There won't be a wicket there. That's a glorious,
Excellent shot.
glorious shot. No need to run for those. 6 from the over, 19 without loss. Deficit just 101 now for Yorkshire.
Might have just slightly cursed the bowler there, but I did say within the next over, so...
Okay, so Ben Rain has the opportunity to spare your blushes here.
Yes.
How long have you been part of the team now at Durham, Ben? 5 years, 6?
Well, I've had 2 spells.
Ooh.
I originally joined midsummer 2009. And I did my apprenticeship there for about 18 months and was taken on full-time sort of the winter of 2010, 2011.
So 2010 into 2011.
Yeah. And then I left here early 2018 and I went and worked in the prison service. So I missed the 2018 cricket season. And then I came back pretty much the same time, 2019. I think it was the beginning of April that I came back. So yeah, and then I've been here ever since. Yeah, I sort of I joined the prison service and then I left and went somewhere else, which didn't quite work out. And Vic asked if I would be interested in coming back, which I was, and yeah, come back and had a little bit more responsibility, which was good and is what I wanted. So I think now this is probably my, either 14th or 15th season.
Changing the field, you can see there Ben McKinney. It's appeared on your screens in a silly mid-on. Because Alex Lee is just trying to search for a breakthrough. It's been a watchful start from the Yorkshire openers. Just seeing Brendan Doggett going through some warm-ups deep back with square leg, so looks like he'll be coming on shortly. Still Will Rose and Conor Ackerman waiting at slip.
I will say though that and Vic keeps reminding me of this now, that I am no longer the young member of the team.
Ah, you've lost that title.
Yeah. Obviously I had my 35th birthday just a couple of weeks ago, and he's been constantly reminding me that I am no longer, that I'm old age.
No longer the baby of the group.
Especially not now that we've got 2 young lads that have just recently joined us as well.
How old are they then? If they've stripped you of your title, they've got to be
We've got
mid-20s?
Harry, who is over from Australia. He's just turned 21 actually over the weekend. And we've got Ollie, who I think he's about 18, 19.
You telling me Harry's had to work on his birthday weekend?
No, he had Saturday off.
Vic has a soft touch after all.
Yeah. He's a big softy at heart, really.
Underneath that hard exterior.
Yeah.
Maiden
Yeah.
from Rain, his third out of the 5 overs he's bowled. Looks like Brendan Doggett's going to come into the attack from the Finkel end.
Well, my prediction wasn't right, was it?
No. Fortunately not, Ben. I would have loved for it to have come true.
Yeah. I was trying to egg them on, but it didn't quite work.
Guessing you've still got hopes and aspirations to carry on taking on more responsibility?
Yeah, I'm always open to try new things, and if there's any opportunity to sort of, whether that's doing pitches out in the middle or whatever, then yeah, I think you've got to. I'm at a point, I think in early years, I think I was sort of just happy just sort of doing what I was doing, but I want to try and challenge myself and push forward the best I can, and you know, whether that's just trying like a few different things or whatever it is within the job, or trying to progress as much as I can, then I want that to happen. You know, and I think it's good to try and challenge yourself.
Doggett in, starts full, clipped. Just be a single.
I think, from an outside point of view, I think, you know, people sometimes think that I'm quite an outgoing person, but in reality, people that are close to us will know that I'm probably a little bit shy in certain situations, but I'm trying to sort of open up and sort of be more out there, and like I say, try and push forward and in different areas. And it's stuff like this. It's not doesn't come natural to me, but I think it's important to try new things, and yeah.
Have you had the opportunity to prepare wickets yourself for like first team games yet, or is it like you've taken full control of the process, or
in the past? Yeah, it's sort of. Yeah, I've had the opportunity to do pitches out in the middle, and you know, sort of working alongside Vic in that process, and if there's any guidance that is needed, and I think, you know, Vic is quite open to that as well, for his staff to, you know, have a go and, you know, sort of put what they know into motion. So hopefully that might be the case again this year, but we'll just have to see. I think like the team that we've got now is, you know, I think most of us we know what we're doing, and we can prepare pitches, so that's a good thing to have, but it's, I suppose for Vic it's also a challenge as well.
nice looking shot, but straight to Gay at cover.
Like I'd be happy if Vic said, like, do you want to prepare every pitch? I would.
I like the plug there.
So if he is listening, you know, I'm always up for it. But
this is where you get a message from your phone from Vic with I think 2 words, and one of them is expletive.
Yeah, possibly, yeah.
Ooh, full shot. Trying to play that out through point, ends up running down to Rain at long leg. Is it going to be a change of ends for Matthew Potts, or is Ben Rain going to continue?
I think it looks like Rain's going to continue, I think. Yep.
Yeah, he is. Capable of bowling longer spells, and it looks like every seam bowler's gonna have to take on a bigger workload if Coughlin isn't able.
Yeah, that's a shame that he's not able to bowl.
Yeah, fingers crossed it's nothing too serious that knocks him out long term. Nicely carved away by Bean. Ollie Robinson, who's going to stand up to Ben Rain. I wonder if they've seen Bean trying to bat out of his crease and want to try and take him back in. Wasn't the message I thought it was going to be, but along those sorts of lines.
Right on cue. Well, there's still plenty of life in Vic. He enjoys it. So
Good talker as well. Very good talker.
yeah, and he knows his stuff. It's going to sound really corny, but it's actually really good working alongside him. He's pretty approachable, and you can ask him anything. And I'm probably going to get ripped for that.
Anyone handy at video editing in your group?
Well, like I said before, Vic has called me the old person, so
just wondering if anyone is adept. I'm pretty sure that'll be clipped up in the next 24 hours.
I think we're going to have to rely on Ollie or Harry for that one, because I think the rest of us are pretty much dinosaurs when it comes to technology.
See Colin Ackerman going through some warm-ups. I think it'd be a tad early to turn to him at this point, but he is going to have a bigger role to play. You alluded to Coughlin unable to take the field, so extra workloads all round for Rain, Potts, Doggett, Rhodes, who's obviously not unused to it after his spell at Warwickshire.
Yeah.
Very often used as that fourth, fifth seamer.
We seem to be keeping it fairly tight though at the moment, aren't we? The run rate's not getting away from us, but we just need them a couple of early breakthroughs, which I think I've definitely jinxed the bowlers. So I'm not going to say anything on the matter of us getting wickets or anything like that, but keep our fingers crossed.
This is where you're going to come off comms and there's a flurry of wickets happen afterwards. You're going to be saying, "Oh, for God's sake!"
They're not going to want him in the commentary box again.
End of the 11th over, 25 without loss. Well, thank you very much, Ben, for coming on. It's been very nice catching back up with
problem.
you. I know you came on. Let's ask you, would have come on pre-season last year?
I think it was, yeah. I think I was due to come back on again, but didn't happen. So
yeah. Well, thank you very much for coming back on. Hopefully, wickets do fall, so you are allowed back. If not, we might have to review that policy. But
yeah, I might be banned from the box.
Yeah, next thing you know, you're going to be walking around here and your face is going to be with a big red X through it. Thank you very much.
Right. Cheers. Thank you.
Ben Hall, member of Vic's ground staff. Played out into the offside. Did you learn a lot there, Simon?
I really did. I found that absolutely fascinating, to be honest with you, Rob. I think grounds people are really the unsung heroes of the cricketing world. and they work day and night to make sure those pitches are working. And listening to Ben, I mean, yeah, it's just fascinating, isn't it? It's a whole different world, and it gave me a chance to regroup, and look at the match situation. 25 without loss, Yorkshire, and Ben Doggett to continue. Yeah, I have to say, I think Ben, I was speaking to Vic earlier, I think, at the lunch break. He's a character. Really is a character. Great bloke, it seems. We're having a discussion about pitches and all different stuff.
Good ball from Brendan Doggett there. Really giving that outside edge a test.
Doggett, of course, going 4 for 69 in the first innings.
Yeah, bowled well enough to have that 5 foot, but
didn't quite get it.
Yeah, didn't fall his way.
And the sun is firmly out here at the Banks Homes Riverside. It's turned into a lovely day, which is good because hopefully that means light will not come into the equation. But Yorkshire looking set here. Doggett getting a nice line and length to Adam Lythe. But Adam Lythe just getting his eye in. He's a veteran of county cricket, Adam Lythe, 37 years old. Just announced a contract until 2026 last month. Former captain, of course, of Yorkshire. And he'll be wanting to score some runs this innings. A little bit too wide, that, from Doggett to end the over. But a maiden nonetheless. Yorkshire 25 without loss. 12 overs gone.
I like the way you described him there as a veteran. I don't know if you picked up on his cap and how it's, I think the correct word is vintage compared to, I mean, he stood in the slip cordon with Johnny Bairstow, who's obviously spent a lot of time with England, George Hill, a lot of younger players, and his is, it's just not the same colour. It's not the same colour.
It's fascinating to me that you get one cap that lasts you. Rain to continue to bean.
Big shout given! The breakthrough is finally here for Durham. Ben Rain, who else would it be? He'd had a good battle with Finley Bean, tested that outside edge, narrowly missing the off stump on multiple occasions, been not able to get going in the second innings, just 22 combined for him over the course of the game. 1-4 for him, but more importantly, Yorkshire trailing by 95 and have lost their first wicket.
Finley Bean having a tough time out there in the middle at the moment. Scores so far this season 19, 14, 0, 14, 15 and 7. So not quite getting going as he would like to. And it will be James Wharton to come out for Yorkshire next. And Durham will be delighted with that breakthrough, won't they, Rob?
Absolutely, but hard work continues. James Wharton batted very nicely first go around, top scoring with 6-9. Again, similar to Adam Lythe with his first innings special. soft, I think is the word I use to describe. He'd got in, he'd done the hard work, he was on top in, looking really set to apply some pressure to the Durham bowlers, but Brendan Doggett did for him. Ben McKinney taking the catch, and he's got a very important role to play here. Ollie Robinson's going to go back now to standing up. Still just the 2 slips. Alex Lee's resisting the temptation to bring a third in, but you've got backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Ben McKinney is in at short mid-wicket. Graham Clark was in at regulation mid-wicket, but he's just been sent back to the boundary alongside Brendan Doggett on the leg side. Long leg and deep backward square. Going down leg, but welcome to the crease, James Wharton.
A nice, easy welcome. Yorkshire trail by 95 now. Would you ever be a groundsman, Rob?
I enjoy commentary too much. I don't think I could leave. Don't think I could leave the commentary box, unfortunately. I also don't think I could have the. I think I could manage the early starts and late finishes.
I was gonna say you sometimes have. I mean, I stayed in the hotel at Emirates Old Trafford, and I was woken up about 3-4 a.m. Looked outside. Ground staff.
Yeah, that.
And that is the lengths they will go to. It's a very dedicated job, 24/7 really.
Yeah, not for me. Fair play to all ground staff involved with cricket. Good take. Very good take from Ollie Robinson down the leg side.
Yeah, Robinson looking sharp with the gloves.
Ollie Robinson's going to go back to the stumps for Ben Rain.
Joe, I think score is a fantastic cricket job as well.
You're a proper purist. Wharton is off the mark. He'll keep strike. 26 for 1. Durham getting that breakthrough through Ben Rain. Taking a quick look around the ground. Surrey 362 for 3. Developing into a quite nice game down there at Hove. Ollie Pope with his first century of the summer. Worcestershire 101 for 4. So their required runs now down below 200. Somerset 82 for 1. Still trailing by 70 down at Southampton. Notts all out for 367. Warwickshire 36 for 1 in their second innings. Still massive job for them, trailing by 238 still as they get underway in their second innings.
Doggett to Wharton now. This could be a battle. A little bit wide from Doggett.
Leicestershire 331 for 5, leading by 68. Glamorgan have lost a couple wickets since we last checked in with them. Middlesex 470 for 9 declared. Glamorgan now 103 for 2, still trailing by 168. Gloucestershire 109 for 2, leading by 188 against Kent. in Northamptonshire, declaring bang on 500 for them. Derbyshire are 59 for 1 in reply, still trailing by 134.
Wharton just trying to tempt. Sorry, Doggett just trying to tempt Wharton outside the off stump. Wharton doesn't want to be tempted though. Doggett looks good though. Just clipped.
A little bit of shape inwards there from Doggett. Wharton able to get bat on ball, before the ball slapping into the pad. Thing is, with Wharton's height as well, short pitch bowling is going to sit up quite nicely at a height for him. So if Durham do decide at some point to go to that short ball stuff, they're going to have to be quite accurate.
Left alone by Adam Lythe. It's a bit of a breeze outside. Can see the flags opposite us moving. Completes the over with a block. Yorkshire 27 for 1.
Believe tea is still scheduled for 4 o'clock. Obviously, lose 2 overs for change of innings, and also because we're in the middle of the over when Durham's final wicket fell, you lose that over as well. And it is going to be a change of ends for Matthew Potts. A couple overs break for him as Alex Lees juggles his deck of bowlers. Prefers the Finkel end, but it's going to come now from the Lumley end. Going to be not Adam Wharton, James Wharton on strike. Adam Lythe is down the other end. Over the wicket, 2 slips, still Will Rhodes and Con Ackerman. Mitch Killeen has dropped back to the 3rd boundary. Brendan Doggett at long leg, mid wicket, mid on, mid off, cover and point for Potts.
24-year-old James Wharton had his breakthrough season last year, averaging 64 with the bat in the 9 matches he played for Yorkshire. Made 285 against Northants in Division 2 last year.
Fired in by Alex Lees. Sorry, Robinson. He's a big fan of that. So yeah, shorter opening spell for Potts. He's into his 5th now. Doggett's bowled 3. Don't think it will be too much longer. Might end up being after the tea break due to the time that we see Will Rhodes into the attack. Struck on the pad, but too high. Potts starting well after his temporary respite.
Yeah, he was tidy in that first spell too. Didn't quite get the wicket reward, but Potts consistently hitting that line and length for Durham and really challenging the batters into trying to play shots.
Talking through tactics with Ben Rain there. Edged, doesn't carry to Colin Ackerman at second sip. He's able to palm it around the corner, will be a single. Potts going to come around the wicket to Lythe. Nice shot. Using the bounce off the pitch. Lythe up onto his toes. Goes for 4. Good response there from Potts. 32 for 1. Deficit is 88.
Are there any other jobs you'd do at a cricket ground, Rob?
Nah, I don't think so. Quite happy with where I am.
Quite happy in the comms box. Yeah, at ease.
Also, no guarantee I'd be any good at any other jobs. There's no guarantee I'm good at this one either.
Join the club. Steep learning curve today, but I'm having fun, relaxing. In the hands of yourself. Doggett to continue. To Wharton, just tries to turn it into the leg side.
Tight leave.
Yeah, I've been impressed by Doggett. He's looked sharp for Durham, especially in that first innings.
Yeah, he just has that extra zip that extra pace. As I mentioned earlier, there is no substitute for raw pace. Spoke to him at the end of day one. Was quite disappointed with how he bowled against Warwickshire, actually, which I think is him being a tad harsh on himself. Especially, as Ryan Campbell mentioned earlier, it was his first game, and naturally, Australians, New Zealand, well, Australians in particular, but Southern Hemisphere cricketers, their natural length is back of a normal length that we would consider in this part of the world. So, a bit of a learning experience for him, but he's adapted pretty well.
Shows he cares as well. If he's being slightly too harsh on himself. But as you can see in the first innings of this match, he's looked threatening. And I think he has been ever since. Been a lovely little battle between bat and ball in this afternoon session. A maiden for Doggett, end of the over. Yorkshire 32 for 1.
Yeah, 7 minutes till tea. Definitely get this over in from Potts. Probably one more from Doggett as well before two sides will have a quick break.
It's flown by this afternoon session. Since the innings break, who's been in charge, Rob?
Not sure you're able to pick a side because
so.
Yorkshire's job has been to see off the new ball and try and chip away at that deficit, which they have done. Durham's task has been to take wickets and try and keep that run rate steady, which, I mean, if you're going to be truthful, they would have wanted more than one. But as Ben mentioned when he was on comms, Yorkshire haven't exactly got away either.
No.
So
A very even session, I'd say.
agreed. That is a beauty. First one we've really seen from Potts that's jumped off of a length. We saw earlier Revis able to get one to almost spit up out of the ground to Colin Ackerman. That one there from Potts, very good carry, and Lai thankful didn't nip the glove on the way through. good from Potts. Maiden 32 for 1.
You do feel the batting conditions might have got a little bit better, just with the skies opening up. And Adam Lyth certainly looks settled. It's been a fascinating few rounds of the county championship. Really feels like the season's getting into the swing of things. As mentioned by you earlier, Rob, women's domestic season beginning this week.
Doggett and Potts bowling in a stump-to-stump line here, not really allowing any width for either of these two batters to cut them away or score freely. Really trying to keep it tight before tea.
Quite tall, Doggett, isn't he? Suppose like most fast bowlers.
Yeah, enables him to get that bit of extra bounce on occasion. Definitely just has that extra top end speed. He's also not shy from bowling longer spells. Seen that with South Australia in the Sheffield Shield.
Another lovely ball. Just zipping up. Testing. James Wharton. Tight bowling from Durham this. Really slowing that pace down before the tea break. Wharton defending off the back foot there to end.
Yeah, that will be tea. Another maiden from Doggett. 5 overs, 3 maidens, none for 3. His figures read a very solid start for him. Yorkshire go to the tea break, still trailing by 88 after Durham able to get that lead of 120 on first innings. Ben Rain with a solitary breakthrough for the host, Finley Bean, LBW for 7.
Tantalising final session ahead, Rob.
Yeah, we'll have to see how Alex Lees wants to play his hand, because as we mentioned, Paul Coglin's still not on the field. Doesn't look like he's going to come out and bowl in this second innings, which is a blow for Durham, but they will improvise, adapt and overcome. We'll be back with you in around 20 minutes.
the welcome back to Chase and Ethel to your Not sure I've sold him on that one.
Yeah, I think keep the punt. I think if
It was a good idea to keep those in the head.
If that's the level, I think we should keep those in the locked away. Still 2 slips. Graham Clark has kind of moved in towards almost. He's too far back to be a gully, but he's in sort of that channel for that late cut shot. Brendan Doggett at deep backward point. Extra cover. Ben McKinney. Under edge from live. Mid on, mid off. Mid wicket. And Mitch Colleen. Long leg. If you're just joining us, Paul Coughlin not taking the field. I think we can assume he won't take the field for the second innings and thus unable to bowl. As I mentioned before, extra work for everyone else. Matthew Potts isn't afraid of hard work.
Have you had an Easter egg this year, Rob?
Mine's waiting back at home.
Mine is as well. I think I'll tuck into it tonight. Well
yeah, I like to, I like to set myself like a goal in terms of got to earn it.
Got to earn it.
If I rocked up with my Easter egg, I would have had it at lunchtime, and then, there's nothing to after a day on comms. There's nothing to look forward to when you get back. A long evening session ahead of us. Scheduled close of play is 6:30. Good start this from Potts. Ollie Robinson just popping his collar. Inside edge will allow Live to get underway. Post tee, he'll keep the strike. 33 for 1. Lots of people choosing the LNER stand away to our right hand side as their
basking in the sunshine.
Yeah, preferred position to watch.
Basking in the sunshine.
Last session.
Reminiscent of that first week of county championship games where the weather was absolutely gorgeous. Yes, a little bit cooler out there today.
Definitely. Surrey still going strong, 387 for 3. They are T at Essex, very evenly poised. Worcestershire 124 for 5, requiring a further 171 to win. Essex obviously the 5 wickets. Been delayed by bad light down at Southampton. Somerset 91 for 1 in their second innings. Warwickshire 57 for 2, trailing Notts by 217. Ben Rain from the Finkel end. Leicestershire 355 for 5, leads approaching 100 for them.
How am I Lancashire doing?
I just read out, mate. Leicestershire 355 for 5.
This is what happens when I don't concentrate. Well, actually, probably could have done without knowing.
Morgan 114 for 3, still trailing by 157 against Middlesex. There's rain at Kent. Gloucestershire stuck 112 for 2. They lead by 191. Derbyshire 82 for 1 in response to Northamptonshire's 500 for 8. Declared Derbyshire trail by 111 as they get back underway after tea break. So no play currently at Canterbury or at the Utilita Bowl. Essex and Worcestershire at tee. Everyone else is underway.
Tidy from Rain, entering his 8th over of this spell. 1 wicket to show for it. 11 runs conceded, 3 maidens bowled. And Durham will just look to build that pressure once more. It's been a good day for Yorkshire though. It's a lovely ball by Ben Rain.
Yeah, split approaches from Ollie Robinson to Ben Rain. He's up to the stumps when Adam Lyther's on strike, and then he's going back when James Wharton is facing.
Oh, edge gets between the 2 fielders, and they'll take 2 from it. Do you usually have a roast dinner on Easter Sunday when you're not watching the cricket?
There's roast dinner most Sundays, to be honest.
Yeah.
So
It's my favourite question to ask cricketers when I'm interviewing them. What's your go-to roast dinner? Ooh, lovely lining length from Rain. Closing out the over. 3 from it. Yorkshire 36 for 1. Of course, Lancashire won't get to play either of these teams this year in the County Championship, living in Division 2. So as I said earlier, lovely to see some Division 1 cricket.
yeah, looks like the skies are completely clear now. There was some clouds in the afternoon session, not a lot of them, but skies are very much clear for the beginning of this last session of the day. Good time to be out in the middle and have a bat. Quick single, but good running. Both on their toes and both respecting the call.
Yeah, firm call of yes. And just quick between the wickets, these two, which is important as they look to try and build this partnership.
Yeah, I wonder if I think we might see the short, sharp approach from Alex Lees in terms of shorter spells from the bowlers designed to keep them a bit sharper. Will probably turn to Colin Ackerman at some point to try and plug in from one end and try and allow some rotation from the other.
Again, quick running between the wickets.
So yeah, just the 3 bowlers used before tea, Potts, Rain and Doggett, who is going through some, or who was going through some stretches. I think he's temporarily off the field. George Drizzle's on as a sub. jabs the bat down. Does Lythe. To see Potts' face there.
He's hungry.
Yeah, as we mentioned over the course of the last 2 games, not quite had the amount of wickets he would want, but I think he'll take solace from the fact that he is bowling pretty well overall. Could have quite easily ended up with a 5 for against Warwickshire if things went his way.
You're never going to guess who his best bowling figures were against.
I've got a pretty good feeling, mate. He targets stumps there. Was it by any chance that Kookaburra ball game against Lancashire last year here?
It absolutely was. 9 for 68 in the match.
Yeah, that was a ridiculous spell of bowling. I wasn't here for it, watching on the live stream. How much he got that Kookaburra to move.
And that's the impact of the Kookaburra, isn't it? And the conditions.
I don't know if you saw a photo of the ball afterwards, but you'd have no idea if that was used in a cricket match or as a throwing ball for your dogs. Short, pulled. James Wharton can't believe it. We're just talking about Matthew Potts hasn't got the wickets he maybe would have wanted. He picks one up there. Out onto the deep square leg boundary. George Drizzle, the sub-fielder. Similar dismissal for James Wharton. First innings he was out playing the short ball as well. He's out for just 6 here. In Yorkshire lose their second and still 81 behind. Durham get their early breakthrough after tea. It's a long, slow walk back for Wharton, and Dad Milan's going to walk out at number 4, Simon, and this game is taking a bit of another turn.
Yeah, Wharton just tried to cut it into that offside, but what he found was Drizzle, the substitute fielder. An easy catch taken from Durham's perspective, and now it's all falls on that man, David Milan, who makes his way out to the middle, but Yorkshire will be annoyed with themselves. They were just settling in that partnership. Adam Lythe, he looks steady, but he will be joined by a new teammate. Yorkshire, 39 for 2.
Yeah, partnership of just 14 for that second wicket. Ben Rain striking. Before tea, Matthew Potts after tea. Still got some batting to come. Johnny Bairstow carded at number 5 for the White Rose. George Hill, Matthew Harrison, Dom Bess, all very good batters. Jordan Thompson too. So there is batting to come for Yorkshire, but they showed Durham the way earlier that this pitch, put it in the right areas, build the pressure. There is still something there for the bowlers, and again I think that has to go down as a soft dismissal from Wharton. Durham happy that he doesn't pile up the runs like he did in the first innings, so he tried to keep their chances of victory alive going into the 4th day. Dowd Milan picking up not a lot in the first innings. Got a start, got to 18, and then edge to Will Rhodes at first slip off the bowling of Brendan Doggett. Robinson up to the stumps for Lythe.
And we've seen it time and time again today. You build the pressure, you take the runs out of the game, and there is enough in this pitch so that you will be rewarded. Yorkshire did it in that spell in the morning session. Can Durham do similar here? And it's another lovely ball from Rain, just aiming at those pads. Pushing Lythe into playing a defensive shot, or to try and defence, not get comfortable in the crease. just into the offside from Lythe, picked up by Point. Be no run from it. Tell you what, that LNER stand is packed.
Yep, can't blame people for soaking up the sun.
On Easter Sunday. Lythe this time tries to get it into the leg side. A square leg again. Fielder just there to stop any runs leaking. Final ball of Rain's 9th over. And a quick single is called. They'll have to be quick, but they get back comfortably in the end. End of the over. Yorkshire 40 for 2.
I mentioned how maybe Alex Lees was thinking short, sharp spells. Good luck getting the ball out of Matthew Potts' hands now after taking that wicket. He's going to be fired up.
Matthew Potts will be fired up. I think the battle you're about to see between him and Adam Lythe, it's going to be a fiery one.
He's got two left-handers at the crease now. I wonder if he might look at coming around the wicket at some point. It looks like he's going to start. Nope, he is indeed. He's going to come around the wicket straight away.
To good decision.
To Lythe. You can see there, he shows all three of his stumps and takes that walk across before playing.
Ample opportunity to aim at those stumps. Bring them into play.
Nice shot, but there is protection out there on the boundary. Now then, Dan Milan to face his first ball of his second innings. As I mentioned, just 18 from 61 for him first go round. So slow going for him, unable to be his most fluent self. Just a two slips to start, and Potts is actually going to change angle. He's going to come over to Milan.
Fielder moves into deep cover. Sorry, third man went back there. Not cover. Potts just looking to build the pressure here.
Just a single so far. Got one ball left. Potts is 9th, 1 for 22 so far for him. Don't see anybody else warming up yet, so looks like another over apiece for Rain and Potts. And it will be just that single from the over. 41 for 2. Deficit is 79.
Yeah, deficit of 79 and 41 for 2 for Yorkshire. It's been a beautiful day of ebbing and flowing cricket. This morning, Durham in the driving seat. By lunchtime, Yorkshire in the driving seat. And then Durham fighting their way back into it with these wickets in the evening session, not letting people get comfortable at the crease. And it'll be Ben Rain to Adam Live in the 23rd over. '24th over. It's been a long day in the comms box.
Yeah, slight change. Will Rhodes has come out of first slip. He's gone into a short cover. So it's just Colin Ackerman there in the slip. So you can see the field. They're quite packed on that offside. Really want to make an emphasis on keeping Yorkshire batters tied down.
Life trying to get one past that inner circle. Just not quite managing it yet. Plenty of opportunity for him to score on that leg side in the deep if he chooses to. But in the offside, there's a fielder out in the deep. Towards point, who can stop deliveries like that. Deficit of 78 for Yorkshire. Rain in again, trying the same area on that offside. Not quite getting to the boundary, but a single was taken. Which means that Adam Live back on strike. And there's a mix-up here. Could it be out? Almost. Almost a direct hit.
I think direct hit. Milan was gone. Looked like he was going to be short of his ground there. Emilio Gay, the fielder.
A lapse in communication
Yorkshire survived though, just 2 singles from that over. Milan is off the mark. He's going to have strike for this next over. It will be Potts to continue. Yeah, it's one of the things run out should never really happen at any level of cricket, especially at the top level. It would just be silly if Yorkshire lost a wicket due to that miscommunication, when their main concern right now is trying to get this partnership going. They don't want to have to keep restarting.
Very, very close there. But they both survive and can take a deep breath after a moment of tension.
Fielding like that as well. You mentioned Yorkshire's tight fielding earlier. It's fielding like that from Ben McKinney. Alex Lees was already making his way round from his position at a deepish mid-off. With McKinney able to get down and stop that, definitely saved the single.
Yeah, Durham have looked tight in the field as well, making Yorkshire work for every single. Edged.
Yeah, squared him up, but all along the carpet down to Doggett at third. Milan inspecting that edge.
Adam Lythe's quietly ticking over. 27 from 68 balls now.
Potts is going to remain over the wicket. For Lythe, came around last over. False shot. This is good from Potts. Gets the outside edge. Live, you could see they're practicing that shot. You meant to flick it through mid-wicket, but ended up going to Graham Clark at that backward point position. And Potts goes fuller. Lythe is up to the task. Just another single to the total. 44 for 2, deficit 76.
Yeah, lots of people moving into the LNER stand. I think it's where the sunshine is best.
Yeah, Daffabet stand not open during the County Championship rounds. Will be brought back into use for the T20 Blast.
Ben Rain to David Milan.
Again, tinkering with the field. Rhodes now comes out of slip for Milan as well. You can see him on your screen now.
Attempting to drive through cover there, David Milan. But again, tight fielding. Fielders in all the right positions for Durham at this current moment, constraining that scoring rate. Will Rhodes at short leg.
More so silly mid on. Ooh, slower ball. From Rangers changing it up.
Soft hands from David Milan. End of the over, another maiden for Rain. Score stays at 44 for 2.
They're off a bad light at Sussex. Surrey 390 for 3, still trailing by 45. Does look like that one is going to end up a draw unless there is
All I'm saying is the
some
North,
remarkable movement.
the North has got the better weather. Today, at least.
Worcestershire 129 for 5, just moved on to 133 for 5. They require a further 162 for victory against Essex. Played off the back foot from Lythe. Awkward bounce in front of Clark. Able to get hands to it, but they'll jog through for a single. They managed to get back on at Southampton. Only for a little bit, though. They're now back off. Somerset 103 for 1, trailing by 49. Warwickshire 77 for 3. They've managed to get that deficit under 200, but Notts will be very happy with where they are in the game. Leicestershire lead up now to 129 over Lancashire at Old Trafford. Glamorgan 132 for 3, still trailing 139 to Middlesex. Still off at Canterbury for rain. Gloucestershire 112 for 2. Derbyshire 105 for 2 deficit. Now 88 to Northamptonshire as Will Rhodes jogs out the cordon and will position himself, it looks like, as a catching cover. Ben McKinney will just take a few steps further back.
Do you have a favourite game of county cricket you've watched, Rob? It's a tough question.
It is a tough question. I think I'd have to go for this game, but in Division 2 in 2023. Inside edge onto the back pad for Milan. Ended up going down to the final day. 1 wicket thriller like we had last week. Last week's up there for sure. That was a joke to be a part of. A great honour, but absolute ridiculous game of cricket going all the way down to that, like almost getting towards the final hour. Again, the ebbs and flows. Durham having Warwickshire 5 down at lunch. Warwickshire going to tea still 5 down. Bowlers striking with a new ball, but numbers 10-11 getting it over the line. Clipped, but Emilio Gay is waiting. So yeah, those two are the ones that immediately come to mind. So one that sticks out for you?
Oh, it's difficult. I think Jimmy Anderson at Southport last year, be pretty difficult to top that from a Lancashire fan perspective. Of course, can't wait to see him in action. Just recovering from a calf injury, but hoping to be back for Lancashire for the start of May. And hopefully he'll tear up some Division 2 wickets.
Wouldn't want to be a Div 2 opening batter and having to rock up on a day in May and see that Jimmy Anderson's going to have the new ball in hand.
I think, was it Mark Wood who played a club game a couple of years ago?
Yep, played for Ashington. Ooh.
He wanted to hit that a second time, didn't he?
Yeah, he wanted to avoid it hitting the stumps.
Milan?
Just another single from Potts. 11 overs for him, 3 maidens, 1 for 24. Gotta wonder how much more work these two can get through before Alex Lees has to ring the changes. Haven't seen Doggett yet since the tea break. We're not going to see him yet.
Yeah, Ben Rain to continue. Yorkshire 45 for 2. Imagine rocking up at your club game, your local club game, and Mark Wood's bowling.
Yeah, I've suddenly got a finger injury. Can't bat. Sorry. I would not want to be facing those Rockets.
I'd love to see it, to be honest. I think it'd be great.
It was on camera. It was on camera. I think Woody picked up 4 for.
Wow.
In that
Rain
game.
to continue back here. Nice pushes it off his pads to the offside. It'll go for 4.
Yeah, tickled fine off the hips for Lythe, down the leg side. Just that one slip, and I think it's Graham Clark who's down there riding the boundary. He's square, and that went fine from Lythe. So he moves into the 30s, goes past his first innings score. What does Rain have for a comeback?
Light tries to play it back over Rain's head. Doesn't quite execute it on this occasion. Just tickled into the offside. No run. And surely there'll be a change soon for Durham. Will this beat the fielder? It won't. Again, no run. Tight in that field, Durham. Not letting Yorkshire get those singles easily. Solid defence to end the over. Just 4 from it. Lyth moves on to 32 from 77. Yorkshire off 49 for 2.
Will still be Potts. I think we will have a change for the next over. Ben Range is going to walk off to the dressing room, so he'll have to wait at least 1 over after he returns to come back, but you'd imagine that's more of a end of spell for him. 12 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 20. For him, Matthew Potts has Dowd Milan in his eyesight. Nicely run off the face of the bat. Yorkshire 50 up off the first ball of the 29th over. Will Rhodes is going to rejoin the cordon. Will Rhodes is just going to leave the cordon. Alex Lee's just making up his mind about where he wants this field to be. Positions him at catching extra cover. Amelia Gay is going to go out to the boundary for this final ball of the over. Wonder if Potts is trying to tempt Adam Lythe into a big shot. Could be the double bluff. Is full, it's run down, should be 2. It's a comfortable 2 in the end. 52 for 2, deficit now 68.
And so a change of bowling. To come from the Finkel end. And it'll be Doggett. Don't know where that came from. To return. He bowled well in his first spell. And he'll be looking to make an immediate impact against the newly in David Milan. Of course, 4 for 69 in that first innings as he just warms up. To get back out there in the beautiful sunshine that the northeast is offering us on this Easter Sunday. Milan tries to beat the fielder in the offside. Does beat the fielder, but the fielder gets to it before the boundary. It's a single. Sorry, 2 there. So quick I didn't even see him. Into the offside, beats the fielder. Lovely drive, and that will be 4 for David Milan. Nicely done.
Yeah, really nicely played. Extra cover drive there. Beats the dive of Matthew Potts. There's a lot to ask him. He's bowled unchanged since tee. It's a lot to ask him to get down. Unable to make the stop and had too much power for George Giselle. Will Rhodes is going to come back out of the cordon into mid-wicket. Played onto the pad.
Again, any time a Yorkshire batter just looks slightly comfortable, Durham working really hard to unsettle them at the crease. That delivery from Brendan Doggett. Case from point. No wickets to show so far this innings, but a fantastic display on day 1. Clipped into the offside, single taken. Moves Milan on to 10, brings Adam Lythe back on strike for the final ball of this over. 7 from it. so far. Can Doggett challenge Adam Life in this final delivery? There'll be a short ball to end it. Yorkshire now 59 for 2.
Yeah, going to be a double change. Conor Ackerman's going to have a bowl from the Lumley end. Just the 2 overs for him. First innings. Went for 13 in his first over. Couldn't quite find the line of length. Yorkshire also not wanting to let him settle. I think there'll be a similar approach here. Actually, let's just go through the plans.
Best bowling figures in the county championship for Colin Ackerman. 2019, 5 for 69 against Sussex. Will he replicate something similar here today? Who knows?
Yeah, this partnership worth 20 so far. Both very high quality operators. Just the one slip in that you can see. Played out through cover, but Emilio Gay is out on the fence. Got George Giselle at backward point. Emilio Gay out there on the fence. Matthew Potts is at extra cover. Been on a mid-offer, slightly deep. Mid-wicket. Got Mitch Clean round the corner from Adam Lyth, and Brendan Doggett is at deep backward square. Watchful from Yorkshire, just the 2 singles to start in Ackerman's first over. Ben Rain returns for George Giselle, so he looks like he's going to have a bit of an extended break with Brendan Doggett just into the attack, and Alex Lee's hoping that Conor Ackerman can provide some control and allow him to rotate his seamers from the Finkel end.
And here's Doggett to continue at the Finkel end now. Just turned to the leg side by Lythe. Single taken. Brings Milan on to strike. Looks to be getting comfortable at the crease. Can Doggett unsettle him. Whacked with some power. But didn't quite execute it or get past the fielders. Again, tight fielding from both sides in this game. That'll slip away to the boundary. 4 runs for David Milan. And it was just a tickle that took it down towards fine leg.
No ball there, signalled by the umpire. Doggett will have to bowl that one again.
Suppose that's the thing with fast bowlers. Got to watch those feet. Turning into quite an expensive over. This for Brendan Doggett. Adam Lythe on 36 now. Off 89 balls. Powered by Lythe, but nicely fielded. By the man at point. That concludes the over. And Yorkshire are 69 for 2. I'd quite like to be basking in the sunshine, Rob. Getting some vitamin D in the LNER stand.
Yeah, not the warmest day, but still.
I think because
Vast
we're
sunshine.
inside, from our position, it looks quite warm. But I feel like if I was out there, it might be a bit more chilly.
Looks can be deceiving. Half stop. Out in the offside will be a single. Again, just a couple of singles, 71 for 2. Deficit ticks under 50 for the White Rose.
This partnership ticking up now between Adam Lythe and David Milan. Starting to get a bit more settled at the crease.
Still off at Hove. Not been a lot of play there this evening. Worcestershire have passed the halfway point of their chase. They require a further 139 to beat Essex. Still off at Southampton. Warwickshire 94 for 4, trailing by 180. Leicestershire 158 run lead they now have. They'll be looking, I guess, at a late declaration. Try and get a couple of Lancashire wickets before the close. Glamorgan 156 for 5, still trailing by 115 to Middlesex. The rain has claimed the day at Canterbury. Gloucestershire will return tomorrow at 112 for 2. So they're going to have to score very quick if they want to set up the game. And Derbyshire 146 for 2, trailing by just 47 now.
Yeah, lots up for grabs in this round of the County Championship. Plenty of games that could go to a result, including this one, of course. Weather providing tomorrow. Tomorrow it's looking like there might be a drizzle around in the afternoon, which makes it all the more urgent for Durham to pick up wickets tonight. But Lythe and Milan in the driving seat at the moment. Driven by Lythe and Milan, quick single.
Good stop from Rain. Otherwise that was going to go for 4.
And this is what I mean, Rob, about Durham being tight in the field. Really making them work for the singles. Not conceding runs too easily. And it just helps to build that pressure.
I mean, it also helps the bowler feel better about themselves. It's sort of it's what you want going into this long evening session. That's better. First one in a while we've seen that's beaten the outside edge, you know, coming up to around half 5 here. Still got a minimum remaining of 25 overs left after this one's completed. It's a long old session.
Strap yourselves in. But yes, that was a good ball by Doggett. Calls of no to end the over. Yorkshire 73 for 2. Lythe on 38, Milan on 18. We can play until 6:30, I believe.
Yeah, that's scheduled close of play, although if the light holds...
Could make it to 7.
I think so. I'm not too clued up on
We shall see. Either way, still at least another hour here at Chesterley Street.
Yeah, not entirely clued up on
The rules
those.
and regs.
Ooh. First one that's just gripped. I mean, it's difficult when you're already on a lengthened day. You know, normal close of play is 6 o'clock and it's already playing on, and then you've got the question whether the light's still good.
You do get some long evening sessions in terms of the balance of the day.
Yeah, it looks like we're just going to have to wait and see. If it does, Yorkshire will be able to, if these two are able to keep going, they'll be able to bat themselves out of their first innings deficit. Currently just 47 now behind. Obviously, pace of runs is not really a concern for them, and they're just looking to take the sting out of the attack from Durham. Nicely played. Gay is out there patrolling. You know, they've seen off long opening spells from Rain and Potts. Now into Doggett's second spell. Milan's first. Got yet to see Will Rhodes, but no doubt he will bowl this evening. And it's one of the things you talk about as a batting side. Can you bring those bowlers back for not only second spells where bowlers could get a second win, but can you bring them back to the third spells? Can you bring them back for fourth spells when they haven't really had ample time to recover? And then can you cash in if there's a mistake? If there's a drop of line or length. It's good from Ackerman though. Just a single there, and looks like the umpires want a bit of ground repairs done, and unsurprisingly players will have quick drinks break as well.
There's the grounds team. Just repairing the pitch. Working exceptionally hard as usual. This game could be set up quite nicely for a thrilling conclusion if the day goes through tomorrow. Not sure what that tool is, but it certainly looks intriguing. Plenty of people still here for the evening sessions, settling in after tea time as the groundsmen leave the pitch, done with their repairs, and the players regroup. Perhaps an opportunity for Durham to just regroup, put some energy in, and maybe get a breakthrough. For Lythe and Milan, it'll be more of the same. Doggett to return from the Finkel end to David Milan. Just want to ask Rob about the football in a second, as a Man United fan. He's not rising to my bait. Milan tries to drive into that offside. But again, mid-off is just there. To take it. Tight bowling this from Doggett. Whacked into that offside. Again, fielder out in the deep to take it and prevent the boundary. But a single to bring Milan on strike for the final ball of the over. Trying again in that area, just lofted it. Single to end, 3 from the over. Yorkshire 77 for 2.
Yeah, Yorkshire not really taking many risks here. Doesn't look like they're going to try enforce anything from their point of view. Got that. They are now still only. They now trail by 43, but run rate is just above 2 and over. There's not been very many flashy shots. Just putting the bad balls away as and when required. There hasn't been that many, and even then they're only just taking them for singles as well. Ackerman in. will just be one from the over off that final ball.
Yeah, Durham will want to break this partnership as soon as they can now. Starting to look a little bit more comfortable at the crease. Adam Live and David Milan taking their time, picking the bad balls, and crucially ticking away at that deficit, which currently stands at 42. Dog it to Milan and there'll be a quick single. That's good running.
Something to the pad there. It'll be a leg by.
Durham's next 3 fixtures: Worcestershire away from home, starting on Friday. Hampshire the week after that. And then the 16th of May, back here against Nottinghamshire. So a bit of an away tour for the Durham side after this match. Doggett drives, tries to get past the fielder. Doesn't quite.
Yeah, Potts got a hand on that. It was good half stop because that looked like it could go to the fence, but getting his left mitt on it allowed Ben Rain to run round and take the ball, took all the pace off it, did Potts.
Doggett bounces live there. Ducks out the way. Lyde sees out the end of the over. Yorkshire 81 for 2.
First one is run hard, but will just be that one. George Rizal on his subfielder.
Took a catch earlier.
Yeah, helped dismiss James Wharton, who, like I say, will be disappointed with how he gifted that chance.
Colin Ackerman holding up his end quite well.
Yeah, he's bowling well, but Yorkshire really are not looking to score at all here. They have dropped anchor. This partnership approaching 50. I think it's Brendan Doggett who has temporarily left the field, so will be a change for the next over.
Who's coming back on, do you think, Rob?
Seen Ben Rain go through some stretches, so I think my money would be on him. Ooh. Slightly dragged back of a length. Adam Live did not get his timing right there. Just a single from that over from Ackerman. 82 for 2. So the positive for Durham of Yorkshire not looking to score off Ackerman is that it offers Lees the rotation opportunities. Yep. You know, Ben Rain's coming back now. He's into his third spell.
And of course, without Coughlin, that need for rotation is there. And Ben Rain, he's bowled well so far today.
Yeah, picked up Finn Bean LBW before tea. Just talking through the plans with his captain. Ollie Robinson's going to stand up to the stumps. Looks like Colin Ackerman is going to leave the cordon, so he's going in at a very short extra cover, and Will Rhodes is going to go silly mid-on.
Let's see what Rain can do then. Into the leg side, whipped away. Fielder gets there, doesn't quite go to the boundary. Be 2 to start the over. Still got a minimum of 19.5 overs to get through today. I doubt we'll get through all of those, but we'll see. The nice thing is that light, hopefully, shouldn't play a part at all. Bright blue skies. And it really has ebbed and flowed today. This Yorkshire partnership putting Durham under a bit more pressure. Just turned into the offside and a single taken.
I wouldn't say it's pressure as such. If Yorkshire wanted to put pressure on Durham, they'd be looking to go at 3-4 and over to try and set up the game tomorrow. But they've made their intentions pretty clear with how they've set about this second innings. Not really looking to push this game on. Which is fair enough. It's disappointing if you are of the Durham persuasion, or you are, or you prefer 4-day cricket with a positive result at the end of it. But
and Yorkshire, of course, sitting in 6th in the county championship table.
It's just what the situation dictated for them. You know, Durham showed that Yorkshire were below par on first innings. And so it was always going to be a keen target for Yorkshire to build partnerships, obviously wipe out the deficit, take the sting, take the time, and as we mentioned, they will be aware that Coughlin hasn't been able to bowl, and so they're just putting overs into the bowler's legs.
Has been a good partnership, though, between Adam Lyth and David Milan. Steadying the ship. Just slowly ticking up the runs.
Colin Ackerman's going to jump over to the leg side, really going to try and target the stumps here. Is Rain, Will Rhodes and Ackerman in as catching mid-wickets. Played out to Mitch Clean on the offside. 40 overs into this Yorkshire second innings. 87 for 2. Partnership is worth 48.
Yeah, nearly the 50 partnership up now for Lyth and Milan. And they've been good out there in the middle. When Milan came in, bit of pressure on Yorkshire, but he's managed to set himself. And Adam Lyth from the outset has looked comfortable.
Just be one.
You still don't feel that Durham at this point, then, Rob, are letting it get away from them?
Not really, no. Partnership now does tick over 250. I mean, would you call economy rates of 1.9, 2.2, 2.5 and 1.3 letting it get away? I wouldn't. It's just very, as we've spoken about all throughout the game and earlier at points today, it's once you get in, there are runs to be had, and these two have got themselves in. They've done the hard yards early on to get their eye in, get everything in their movements working correctly. So it's still a good batting track, and that's been proven over the last couple of weeks here at the Banks Homes Riverside. So no, I wouldn't say Durham have let it get away from them. It's just how the pitch is playing. You're seeing Alex Lees mix up the fields now, trying to cramp batters up for room and put some fielders in the eye line of the batters, you know, try and cause a mental error as much as anything. So while it might not look like they're trying to take wickets, I can assure you that they are coming up with potential ideas to try and prize wickets out. But when you've got batters who Adam Lyth is taking up 113 balls for his 42 and Dan Milan striking at 50 a run every other ball, and as I mentioned earlier, they're not playing attacking shots. There's no funky sweeps. There's no there's not been nothing of any attacking nature towards Ackerman or really any of the bowlers. It can become a pretty sedate affair. 91 for 2, Yorkshire trail by just 29 now. 4 singles from the over.
I think you're right. It does feel like it's just dropped a little bit. It's the beauty of it. Still plenty of people enjoying the sunshine. Nice to be playing this late, given the light issues on the first couple of days. There'll be Ben Rain to continue from the Finkel end. Bounced away, and that'll probably go for 4 byes.
Yeah, banged in short. You see, trying something different, but a little bit extra bounce than what Ollie Robinson was maybe anticipating. And Ollie's not the tallest keeper. Like he had a waft at it, but nothing really with conviction.
Must say it's been a thoroughly enjoyable day sat here in the comms box with you, Rob. Learning a thing or two.
Glad you've enjoyed it, mate.
Particularly fascinating chat you had with Ben, groundsman, earlier.
Good take.
Yeah, quality of keeping in this match has been pretty good from both keepers, I'd say. Ollie Robinson and Johnny Bairstow, certainly two of the best keeper batsmen in the country.
Slightly full shot there from Lies, squared up. Wonder if Durham may inquire about the ball change soon. As I say that, Alex Lees is going to inquire precisely of that.
Are you psychic?
You occasionally I've picked up a thing or two doing some commentary. It gives me time to run through the other scores. Sussex and Surrey are off for the day. Surrey will return tomorrow, 390 for 3. Essex have picked up a 6th wicket, 171 for 6. Durham's request for a ball change is denied. Rain now is set in at Southampton. I can't see them getting back on tonight. Somerset 103 for 1. Warwickshire 117 for 4, still trailing by 157. Leicestershire's lead over 200 now against Lancashire. Glamorgan and Middlesex are off for a bad light, with Glamorgan still trailing by 85. And Derbyshire 185 for 3, trailing by just 8 now against Northamptonshire. Gloucestershire and Kent have been called off for the day. No play possible after tea. Shout.
Big shout.
Height in line.
Yeah.
You can see there Rain pointing, going down leg, and seems to strike Milan quite high up on the pad.
Yeah, I think it was a bit too high for Ben Rain. Still got 2 balls left in the over though. He'll try and target Milan's pads. Quick single here.
Yeah, it's a bold choice considering how many people are stacked in that leg side. You've got Colin Ackerman, Will Rhodes, Emilio Gay and Alex Lees all kind of within a few metres of each other.
They chose to do it, and they executed it quite well on that occasion. But given how close in the field was, perhaps risky.
Perhaps. Glamorgan and Middlesex are done for the day. I think only 4 overs were left when the umpires took him from the field, and at 6 o'clock, you're really going to get much better light. So Glamorgan will return tomorrow trailing by 85. Only got 5 wickets to play with. So Middlesex will still be confident, of picking up a result. That ball caller wide.
Yeah.
There, I personally didn't think it was, but that's why I'm not an umpire.
That's another job. Would you be an umpire?
Nope. Absolutely not.
Lots of patience required as an umpire.
Yeah, I'm not a very patient person. Wouldn't last long.
And of the over, Yorkshire 98 for 2. Deficit now down to just 22. As we see those bright blue skies at the Riverside. It is a bit blustery out there, mind. And on the field, Milan and Lythe has steadied the ship. Colin Ackerman to continue.
Just starting to grip a little bit now off the pitch for Ackerman. Durham choosing to go without a recognised frontline spinner, second week in a row.
What do you make of that decision, Rob?
Well, Ryan Campbell came on the live stream yesterday and explained it from their point of view as a coaching staff. That it's a hard pitch to take 20 wickets on. Hasn't really going off last week, didn't really show a lot of signs of spinning. You know, Warwickshire had Taz Ali, young leg spinner, and they went back and reviewed the footage and he wasn't really spinning it. So that's why they went with that decision. Did also say that George Rizal has leapfrogged Callum Parkinson in the pecking order after Drizz's impressive pre-season. So it's good competition for places going on.
It's always good to make a competitive cricket side. A few changes for Yorkshire this week as well.
Yeah, Ben Code, I think he got through a lot of work in those opening 2 games, especially with Yorkshire getting their rest week next week. That's a maiden for Ackerman. I think management just deciding to just be on the safe side and give him a couple weeks to recover. And Will Luxton dropping out for Matt Reeves. Again.
And Matt Reeves impressed.
Yeah, well, Revis, he offers the bowling option that Luxton doesn't. So Yorkshire deciding to strengthen that middle order.
Calls of no from Milan. Thought about the single there. Didn't quite fancy it. 15 overs left in the day. That'll be buys. Leg buys. $100 runs up for Yorkshire. 176 minutes, 43.2 overs it's taken them. And this partnership between Milan and Lythe just steadied the ship. Again, Lythe just ducks out the way of that one.
Yeah, Rainey now going into his bag of tricks, trying to see if there's something that he can conjure up.
Oh, chance for a catch, but whacked away towards the boundary, and it'll be 4 runs.
Yeah, flicked away, and we mentioned that leg side is tightly packed. I think Colin Ackerman was the fielder with the diving attempt. It would have been an absolute screamer had he taken it.
How close was his hand to that?
Field is set for that sort of short-pitched, targeting the pads sort of bowling with those fielders he got. Emilio Gay, Ackerman and Rhodes kind of forming a triangle. There, Ackerman was closest but unable to take the catch. Would have been an absolute screamer, but fortunately for Adam Lythe, was far enough out of the reach of Ackers.
Rain just bouncing. Lythe. Single taken. Adam Lythe edges towards the half century. And that'll conclude the over. Adam Lythe, 2 from his half century.
Pick up 1 there.
I always feel nervous on behalf of batsmen when they're on one away from some sort of milestone.
Living the moment with them.
Taking away at that deficit too. Just 12. 11 now.
Shout. Lythe trying to go for that paddle sweep around the corner. Will Rhodes saw it early. Big appeals from the Durham fielders, but
you see, that is why I get nervous.
umpire Saggers unmoved. Bump ball out to McKinney. Will be 50. Adam Lythe. Very accomplished innings from the experienced opener, taking him 128 deliveries, 5 fours. From him, able to erase the majority of that 120 run deficit, and that now just sits at 10 for Yorkshire, and Lythe batting his county into a position of safety.
Yeah, really good innings from Adam Lythe. Quiet and muted, but got the job done. Steadied the ship, and he's been a rock at that end. This rain continues and a single's taken, just clipped into the offside. And that will help Adam Lythe's average. He's already averaging, before this match, 55.25 in the championship so far this season. That's another one to add to the books. Bounced.
Yeah, just in two minds there, Bland, whether to potentially try and pull that. I think he made the right call, especially considering that last over, that aerial shot.
Deficit reduced to just 9 now. Yorkshire doing a good job of knocking off Durham's first innings lead. Well, they're not going about it too quickly. Calm and reserved. Just hits. That's Milan 33 from 75 now. And he tried to whack that one. Didn't quite come off how he'd hoped. I must say this close field for Durham is working very well. Edged, shouts to catch it. No fielder there. End of the over. Yorkshire 111 for 2.
Yeah, that's your luck sometimes. Half chance falling on the offside. No one really in close enough proximity to take the chance. Would have been interesting what the umpires would have given. Somerset and Hampshire are done for the day as well. Only 4 overs possible at the Utilita Bowl. Warwickshire still going, 125 for 4, still trailing now by 149 runs. Worcestershire require a further 110 to beat Essex. Leicestershire have declared they want a bowl at Lancashire tonight.
Oh, that makes me a bit nervy, Rob.
Lead on first innings of 228. Peter Hanscom providing more runs after Ryan Ahmed's century opening the batting. As you mentioned, Glamorgan are off for the day. Devon Middlesex will come back tomorrow, and Derbyshire have erased their first innings deficit against Northamptonshire. They now lead by 3 runs at Derby.
And the deficit here for Yorkshire down to just 9 now. Making good work out of what was a significant deficit. As you say, they're not scoring particularly fast. Or playing in that much of an attacking way. Fresh spring breeze out there in the middle.
Maiden.
Impressive Colin Ackerman. 9 overs bowled, 2 maidens, just 14 runs. Be Ben Rain to continue. He's bowled 16 overs, 4 maidens, 34 runs and 1 wicket. You can hear a bit of encouragement from the Durham side for Ben Rain. Milan again tried to whack that. Didn't quite pull it off. In the leg side. discussion over the field here. Chooses to stick with it. Adam Lyth wanted the signal. Darren Milan did not.
No, there's never a single there with George Rizal, the closest fielder, in on the offside. Rather concerningly, from a Durham perspective, Brendan Doggett has not returned yet from his spell off the field either. This doesn't look like it has. I think that's still Mitch Killeen patrolling the boundary at deep point. Is indeed. So Durham right now have 3 fit seamers out of 5 on the pitch.
That is a concerning feat for them. Less concerning is that wraps up a maiden over again. 2 in a row now. Yorkshire stay on 111 for 2.
Yeah, they're just playing for the close. Not interested, as we mentioned, not interested in scoring runs at any particular rate. Just more interested in making sure they're 2 down at close. You know, Yorkshire will be aware of the fact that Durham are becoming more limited in seam options. You know, Alex Seas won't want to put too many overs more into Ben Rain. He's got Worcestershire to think about on Friday. You know, haven't yet seen Will Rhodes, which is, from my point of view, a little bit surprising. Down to just under 11 overs
Would you sense
left
a
in the
change?
day.
Change before the end of the day?
I'd be bringing on Will Rhodes next over. It would be a 5 over stint for him. He's more than capable of bowling that. And it would save 5 overs from this end of Rain or Potts, who have bowled a lot, and you're going to need them to be charging in at 11 a.m. tomorrow to give yourself the best chance of a quick start. So I would be turning towards Will Rhodes, but Alex Lees has a better cricketing brain than I do.
Deficit down to just 7 now for Yorkshire.
Genuine edge, but all on the carpet from Lyth. Essex and Worcestershire have finished for the day. I think bad light, bringing a temporary or an early halt to proceedings. Their Worcestershire will return tomorrow. They will require 110 runs. Essex will require 4 wickets. Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire still going as well. Warwickshire just chipping away at the deficit. Now down to 143. Three singles from the over, 114 for 2.
Yeah, still 10 overs left. I doubt we'll get those all in. But the Riverside certainly... Sorry, not the Riverside. Yeah, the Bank Home Riverside certainly looks beautiful, with blue skies and not a cloud to be seen. Ben Rain to continue from the Finkel end to Adam Lyth, who's on 53. Big shout given! And that brings to the end Adam Lyde's innings. And what a moment for Durham. Live disappears, LBW for 53. Just when they needed it, Durham have dismissed. Live.
That is why Ben Rain is still bowling.
And 114 for 3 now.
That is why Ben Rain is still bowling and why Alex Lees is persisting with him. Just could sense the last few overs Rain had bowled. He had started to force a few errors. A few aerial shots. And a few balls that maybe a bit of indecision from the batters. Adam Live played well for his 53. But he's got to go. He's done his job though. He's managed to be there for a while. Johnny Bairstow, Yorkshire captain, walks out at number 5.
And it was a plum dismissal, really. But came just when Durham needed it. Injecting a bit of energy into this game, and Ben Rain was really delighted with that. Big celebration. All that hard work paid off in his 18th over of the innings now. And he will get to face Mr. Johnny Bairstow. Captaining Yorkshire this season. I said this earlier, but he looks like he's enjoying his cricket, playing for his home county. Can he do anything in the middle this evening?
Slip comes back in for Bairstow. Looks like it's going to be a bit more of the traditional stuff as he gets settled in. Yeah, had it confirmed that we will be playing beyond 6:30. Looks like we'll just bowl the remaining 9 overs and 4 deliveries, and then that will be it for the day.
Makes sense given the time lost on days 1 and days 2. And for Durham, after that wicket, they'll want to keep playing. Just something in the way of Johnny Bairstow's sight. Has to move slightly out of the way by the umpire. Nice ball by Rain. tight with that line and length. Just trying to tempt Bairstow into playing a shot. One ball left for Bairstow to face in this over. And a lovely ball by Ben Rain to end the over. 1 wicket, a wicket maiden. 114 for 3. Yorkshire now. And they will be delighted with that.
Tickled away down the leg side will be a couple. Three from the over. 17 for 3. Deficit also sits at 3. Doggett is now back on the field. We'll have to wait a while before he can bowl. Ben Rain, after getting the breakthrough, is going to get a rest. It's going to be Matthew Potts from his preferred Finkel end. Oh, and Matthew Potts back into the attack, rips out leg stump. Dawid Milan has to go for 37, and after a fairly sedate evening session, Durham picking up 2 quick wickets. Milan goes, Potts has his second. Durham striking late into day 3, never giving up.
And talk about cartwheeling Bales.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a little inside edge there from Milan. Matthew Potts won't care. He picks up his second. Figures currently read 12 overs and 1 ball, 3 maidens, 2 for 27 from him. Wonder if that might tempt Alex Lees to bring pace back from the other end as well. Clarkman has done his bit, 11 overs for him so far, but Durham now got 2 new batters at the crease. George Hill walks out at number 6 for the White Rose, and
just that quiet period of resetting from Yorkshire done and dusted now. Durham, 2 quick wickets, and they'll be delighted with how that's gone, Rob, won't they?
absolutely, it's a long old day. Still got 7 overs and 5 balls left in it, and that will be the close. And Durham will certainly have their tails up. Now we'll make those remaining overs a little bit more enjoyable. More opportunity as well. George Hill, first ball. Pulled along the floor. Down to the fielder at deep backward square.
George Hill at age 24. 2022 was his breakthrough season. He's been part of this Yorkshire side ever since. Product of Sedbergh School.
Lovely looking drive, but straight to Will Road. Still play in Birmingham. Warwickshire have lost a 5th wicket. They still trail by 133 to Notts. They're also making up time from, I think they had pretty much the entirety of day 1 wiped out due to rain, and then some time lost on day 2 as well. So they're going to be in for a late finish alongside us up here at Banks Homes Riverside. Play at Lancashire as well. Leicestershire declaring 491 for 8. It's a good declaration. Lancs are 11 for 2.
Wow.
Still trailing by 217 runs.
Put it this way, I'm glad I'm at Chesterley Street instead of Manchester today.
Anderson Phillips sent in as night watchman and sent on his way by Ian Holland. That is the only game going in Div 2. So late finishes for 3 games on day 3. Last ball of Potts is 13th. Bairstow yet to get off the mark, having faced 9 balls.
And Matthew Potts returning with energy. Fired up. And rewarded with that wicket.
Bairstow still yet to get off the mark. Successful over for Durham. 7 left in the day. 118 for 4.
And a ripple of applause for Potts. And rightly so. Fantastic little half an hour for Durham. after Lythe and Milan had worked so hard to build that partnership. Colin Ackerman to continue.
Yeah, I think he'll be Ackerman through to the end now. If Lees, I believe Lees were going to make a change, he would have made it there. Hill rocks off the back foot.
I can't quite believe Lancashire are 11 for 2, Rob.
Yeah, not been a good day for the Red Rose. George Hill whacks that into his foot, was looking to push that through the offside. Didn't get the connection he wanted. Driven up to Alex Lees. Good day for him. 172 runs with the bat, then picking up 4 wickets. We're seeing his team pick up 4 wickets so far before close. Ackerman with his 3rd maiden. 6 overs left, likely to be 3 and 3 from himself and Potts.
Yeah, can Durham push even further at the end of this day? If they can, then tomorrow will shape up to be a exciting conclusion. Matthew Potts to continue. Lovely ball to start off the over. And you can hear it. The encouragement from Durham. They sense something happening here.
This is good.
It's a beauty from Matthew Potts. Bairstow now having faced 12 balls with 0 runs to show for it. Every single dot ball builds pressure. 118 for 4. Matthew Potts looks in the zone. Again, that line just slightly outside, off stump. Trying to tempt Bairstow into edging it. Defended by Bairstow. Bringing Matthew Potts on. That's been a brilliant decision by captain Alex Lees. 14 balls. Bairstow is now faced, yet to get off the mark. He'll be hoping to just see out the final 5 overs. And that will complete another maiden from Matthew Potts. Fantastic in this spell since he's come back. Yorkshire 118 for 4. With 5 overs left in the day. Credit too needs to be given to Colin Ackerman. He's held up the other end really nicely.
Now run just wide of slip. Hill will pick up 2. Nicely played. Off the back foot will be another couple to Hill. Yorkshire move into the lead late on here.
Yorkshire only leading by 2 runs, but they've done well to clear the deficit.
Four left in the day, 122 for 4.
I must say it's been a delight to be here alongside you today, Rob. Fantastic day of Championship cricket. And I've learnt some stuff along the way, which is always good.
Yet, mate. You've got 4 overs left.
10 to 7. 4 overs left in the day, and they're going to get them done. Matthew Potts to continue. And Johnny Bairstow is finally off the mark after 16 balls.
He wanted a quick 2 there, but with the rate that Emilio Gay was covering ground, there was never going to be 2 on offer.
Tight. Potts has just got the line and length that he wants. Are you back here tomorrow, Rob?
Am indeed. Myself and Sam Dalling here all day tomorrow to wrap up the conclusion of this game.
They'll come back for 2. Do you think it'll be nice to have your partner in crime back?
Oh, I've enjoyed having you alongside me today. Different perspective. I think the real question is Sam ready to come back tomorrow? I think that's a real question.
I couldn't think of spending Easter Sunday in any other way. That is whacked to the boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, very good pull shot. There is Will Rhodes at the corner, kind of square leg, and then you've got 2 men back in Brendan Doggett and George Drizzle, but comfortably beats them for pace, pierces that gap almost perfectly in the middle.
Goes again. This time doesn't pull it off, and there'll be a single. Meaning Bairstow will face the final ball of this penultimate over from Pops. And just left alone outside the off stump. Yorkshire 130 for 4. 3 overs left in this mammoth day of county cricket.
Ackerman with his 14th and last of the day. Looks like Graham Clark is going to go under the lid.
Taking his cap off, putting on a helmet.
It's asking now for the protective equipment as well, maybe some pads. He's going to go in at short leg. Ackerman will finish with a maiden, his fourth. Been very good from him today, able to keep one end relatively tight. It will be Matthew Potts to finish the day here at Banks Homes Riverside.
We've not got two left.
Ah, two left, my bad.
Penultimate over of the day. Final one for...
I was getting ahead of myself.
It has been a very long day in this com box. But if we're feeling like this, imagine out there feeling on the field. Those bodies must be tired. Matthew Potts. Defended nicely. And again tight, as it has been from Potts since he came back on. Getting that crucial breakthrough with a belter of a ball earlier on. Still a decent crowd in this late on in the day. Lots of people basking in what is left of the sunshine in the LNR stand. I was going to say stadium then. One final delivery for Matthew Potts today remains. As the clock just ticks past 7 p.m. Will it be something special? No, it'll be a dot to end the day. And that concludes Matty Potts' spell. 16 overs, 4 maidens, 36 runs and 2 wickets for Matthew Potts. Good day at the office for him.
Yeah, extra maiden there at the end. So 5 for him. He'll no doubt return early tomorrow morning. And Ben Rain is going to bowl this final over from the lovely end.
Oh, and I tell you, what a day it's been. Been absolutely fantastic. Tell you what though, it'd be nice to rest the voice on the train journey back home.
Immediately beats the outside edge. On the money, as he has been for the majority of the last 2 games from Ben Rain. Short and mistimed from Hill. Pulled away for a single.
And an excellent day of cricket on Easter Sunday.
Oh.
I
thought we were going to get away with it.
I just wanted to put one more in there. You know, just one.
Thought we were getting away with it.
With just 3 deliveries left on this day. Hope you've had a fantastic Easter Sunday. And if you've spent it with us, thank you very much. That Easter egg at home is going to be devoured this evening, Rob Rush.
Not quite sure what Johnny Bairstow's complaining about here. Full almost takes Bairstow's front pad off. Still looking back at the umpire. I'm not sure what he's...
Yeah, there isn't much down that.
No, there's 2 fielders behind square on the leg side, which is fine. It's the last over of the day. I don't get what he's... Don't get what he's on. Anyhow, Ben Rain with the penultimate ball of the day. Hill watchful in defence. A day that started with landmarks for Alex Lees, Alaminio Gay in the opening hour and a half. Then a very strong fight back from Yorkshire. Durham all out for 427 just after lunch. Deficit of 120 for Yorkshire to knock off. They have done that. They have lost 4 wickets though.
And they lead by 12.
Yeah, so Ben Rain with the final ball of his 19th over of the day. And the last of day 3 itself. It's a bouncer, not timed pull shot by George Hill, but that will be that. Durham and Yorkshire will return tomorrow at 11 a.m. Effectively Yorkshire 12 for 4, but their task is simply to bat time. There is some rain around. Durham will hope that stays away. Thank you very much, Simon Reynolds.
Thank you, Rob. It's been a pleasure.
For joining me.
Have a great evening, everyone.
Thank all of you guys for joining us. We'll be back tomorrow.